I usually go to the calendar, but I don't see it. Okay, there we
Ignore, how are you?
Much. How you doing, Art?
Dream.
How was your trip?
Your trip? That was an old trip already. It's good. Which one?
Done it on this before? Sure. Sure have. I used to use. Okay, I'm here. My-
I logged into some of the meetings, some of the board meetings. People were talking about this. People on here that didn't have their microphones on. It was horrible. No.
them to- Hey. I don't know. I'm still wearing them just for my own safety and protection. Are masks required?
No. Far away from everybody. We're so far away from everybody over there. Push all the chairs away.
Well,
I don't have it on, I feel weird.
I went down to one mask yesterday and I just kept feeling so weird because it was just so funny having only one mask on. So I'm back at two.
All places.
And they didn't say anything?
No, but everyone looked at me and I'm like, immediately.
I have about 5 of them in my purse, so if I forget them. Cheer from hell.
We just agreed to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that right then.
Oh, the
Yeah.
chairs. I don't know whoever got these chairs
Third
for
one on the
people
list
that get them.
is-
They're not good for little people like me and you. They work
But I think we still need a vote for each individual resident. Application.
Okay, then I didn't make myself clear. When I asked you, it was, can I just say we do both on the one time? We have to vote for each.
Yeah, you can approve all the applications at once.
baptized?
Oh my God.
Huh?
How are you? Okay.
You ride your bike past my house. Are you a bike rider? I recognize you. I'm out front gardening a lot. And you go by 11th place between right near 118. It's the one that's parked a lot. That's how I first met it. Oh, nice to meet you. Thanks. I don't. Yeah.
Hi.
It's kind of cold in here, isn't it?
Woo. Are your brothers got a place in the north end?
There's 2 restaurants. One
Okay.
we had a third one back there. But pulled out. There's no business up there for.
Yeah. What's the name of his restaurant? Okay.
Just off of.
Boylston? Boylston. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Usually get into the city a whole lot when I'm up there because my family's North Shore. I got one Burlington, Tewksbury, Lexington, Acton, Concord, Pepperell. Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Pepperell people are way up there. At the New Hampshire border, right across the bridge from Nashua, New Hampshire.
Oh, you did good.
I need to watch it. I was born and raised.
Okay.
What?
Oh my God.
Hey, Barbara.
Which one?
Barbara, I got the.
Which
bulletin
one?
today. Okay, that's a lot of words. And there's. The font is that big. The type is, I put my stronger reading glasses on, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be rough. Oh, I can't wait to get there.
Not going to, okay, good. It's not on this, is it?
Huh?
Okay.
My God, I walked over, I'm like.
Uh,
Say got it.
Is he in?
Got a little guy who doesn't really want to be here.
Madam Mayor, I have 7 o'clock on the time to get started. Before we get started, I just asked the commission that they please mute their microphones on Zoom if they're on Zoom, as well as mute the speakers on their laptops so that there's no feedback. And if someone's going to speak, please speak directly into the microphone as I'm doing right now so that it is clear and everybody online can hear us as well. Thank you.
Is he on? Dan? Good evening, everybody. This is our regular commission meeting, Tuesday, March 1st at 7 o'clock. Would you please call the roll?
Mayor O'Happen,
Present?
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
I'm here.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Hammelberg,
Present.
Commissioner Samaria.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Commissioner Samaria, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Can we please bow our heads and have a moment of silence for the Ukrainian people? Thank you. Any additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda?
Madam Mayor, I would like to delete item 12C. Ms. Nicole Payne withdrew her application to serve on the Biscayne Park Foundation Board, as she has an application for the Arts Board and would like to serve on that one. So we have no applications for the foundation.
Okay, any other additions or deletions?
Yeah, I have a couple of things, please. 14A, I'd like to move to resolutions out of its where it is now. I worked with Valerie and we drafted a resolution for that item, but I think we'd be better suited to be up in that section. And I'd like, again, as we did last time, to allow for public comment for the right-of-way swale conversation when we get there. this evening. I think there might be some people that have some things to discuss. They've been waiting for us to do that.
14A you're talking about?
Sorry, I didn't write the number down.
Public comments on the,
Um,
that the don't say gay?
No. 13A. 13A. When we get there, just allow people, if they want to make a separate comment, they're not unended commentary, but give them an extra opportunity to speak.
Okay, any other additions and deletions? Hearing none. Can I have a motion to accept the changes? Motion made by Vice Mayor Kennedy and seconded by Commissioner Hammelberg. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the first order of business is our proclamation. 1 second. Whereas the American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of labor force working inside and outside of the home. And American women have played a unique role throughout history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. And American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. And American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And American women have served our country courageously in the military. And American women have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolition movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Be it here, therefore resolved that I, Virginia O'Halpin, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby issue a proclamation calling to observe the month of March as Women's History Month. We'll have to write one for men someday.
I think we're covered.
Okay, I'd like to open up the floor for public comments. Please, when you go up there, take your mask off so we can understand you. Just line up, state your name, your address.
Please also make sure you speak into the microphone so that everybody can hear you and those online as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Michael Oliva. My address is
Okay, I
590.
don't think that microphone is,
It's on.
Just have to lean all the way into it, Mike.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little better.
Hi, my name is Mike Oliva. I live at 590 Northeast 121st Street. I'm here today to speak about a pretty awful accident that happened in our yard on Sunday morning. It was a week ago Sunday, I guess, where a gentleman riding a motorcycle, seemingly speeding possibly, was ejected from his motorcycle and cast into our yard. My wife witnessed this man and his motorcycle and the entire bus stop that he took out with it fly through the air and end up in our yard. Thank God it was at an early hour of the morning where there was no one at the bus stop, or they would have surely expired. Thank God I wasn't out there maintaining the swale that this city requires me to maintain, or I could have been hurt too, or possibly killed, who knows. This man was a mess when we came upon him. I want to say that street is a hazard to this entire community. We need to do something about this. I've been asking since I moved here for better control, better regulation of speed. People treat that space as a highway, and it's not. And I'm tired of picking up after people's accidents. We witness at least one accident a month that we have to go out and broom the street off. We pay a lot of tax money to live in a place that's safe. And I see it as the village's responsibility to provide us a safe place to live. I'm looking at all of you commissioners. I know we've corresponded significantly over the course of the last week, and I appreciate all of your responses. I would like for this to come to some resolution. Because if it's me out there and I get flattened by the next idiot that's coming by in his car that has an accident like that, there's going to be trouble. You know, that I think this opens the village to legal liability if I'm out there maintaining your swale, whatever. Anyway, I would appreciate, please, if some action was taken. I think we're pushing several options to do something about controlling the traffic. I think a lot of them are viable and have good potential. I would appreciate the village commission's support in all of it. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor.
No, Chief, not right now. We're in public comment. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Good evening. My name is Stratton Politzer. I live at 739 Northeast 121st Street. I am the Deputy Director of Equality Florida, which is the statewide lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender civil rights organization. And I want to thank you so much for taking up a resolution in opposition to the proposed Don't Say Gay bill moving through Tallahassee. This bill is it's as ugly and bigoted as it is dangerous. What it says about LGBT people by making it illegal in Florida to have conversations about us in primary education, the danger it creates in our school systems, even beyond the well-publicized ban on what can be discussed in classrooms, this bill also creates a right of action for parents to sue schools and teachers in situations that we know are going to make schools afraid of providing the life-saving resources and support that LGBTQ youth need. We've already seen in homeschool, Florida's Homeschool Association has been ordered to remove little rainbow safe zone stickers from all virtual homeroom doors that let LGBTQ students know they were safe and supported in those schools. They have all been removed by decree already. And what we know is these are young people who badly need our support and affirmation. 40% of all youth homelessness are LGBTQ. Only 1 in 3 LGBTQ young people are affirmed and supported at home. One of the few places that they do feel safe, if we're lucky, is when they go to school. 4 times the suicide rate. And we should be doing everything we can to support these young people. And beyond that, we're not a sensitive topic to be avoided. We are parents, teachers, principals, children. We're part of the community, a normal, healthy part of this country and this community. And I've been doing this for 25 years. I'm the founder of this organization, and I really thought that we were done with legislation like this decades ago. The good news is Miami-Dade is a model city when it comes to the programs in our schools here. We have trained counselors in every single school, starting with elementary school, who know how to meet the needs of and support our LGBTQ youth. We have fantastic guidelines and training programs that this bill threatens. And it could not be more urgent. The bill passed its final Senate committee today. It now may go to the floor of the Senate. We hope that the Senate president will choose not to do that. And we know that every ounce of public pressure that builds against this bill creates a possibility that they will reverse course, not hear this bill, and let it die when session ends in 9 days. So thank you so much for bringing this forward. It makes me proud to live in a community that is taking a proactive stand against this ugly legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Might I remind everybody that it's a 3-minute comment? Barbara.
Barbara Kuhl. I'll be very short, Ginny. 111th Street, and I'd like to agree with everything the gentleman just said. And I'm here to ask you to, you have to do it in reverse. The resolution opposing Don't Say Gay. And I know our community, and I think it would have the support of the commission. You know, many times it always seems like a wasted effort to do anything on a state level, but this is a case that you should go ahead and do it and make ourselves very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Hill, and I'm a visitor from North Miami on the other side of Griffin Boulevard tonight. I'm here because I support the resolution against this draconian bill about not saying gay in primary school. When I was growing up not that long ago, there was a lot of struggle for young gay children. A lot of children got beat up, kicked out of their homes, and treated abysmally for being who they are. Fast forward 30 years, and now I am the mother of 2 primary public school children, 2 boys here in the state of Florida. And my 2 boys, they know what being gay is. They know what being straight is. They know that you are essentially a human being first. My children go to school and will continue to say gay because there's no negative connotation to it. Their family friends are gay, married, not married. It's part of life. But what we should have learned from history by now is to ignore and willfully suppress people's humanity has never served the general good in any positive way, quite the opposite. If you look at a lot of history's worst travesties, you see it's from an essential ignorance of other people's humanity. And we are teaching children to embrace this ignorance that for the grace of all of us, we have moved forward so much since then as a country and as humans. So as a taxpayer as well, I find it incredible that the state of Florida would try to force us to not tell the honest truth to our children so that they too can learn to support other children who are having this struggle, because they will. And just because we fail to acknowledge something does not make it cease to exist. And I'm going to be truthful. I will not abide by this mandate because it is wrong. And we all know it's wrong. And we need to send that message to Tallahassee that we are not willing to strip an entire group of people, even if they are children, of their rights. That is un-American and it's unconstitutional. So I applaud Mac Kennedy for bringing this up. And I hope other communities in the area also bring this up, because local government is where things actually matter in our lives. So thank you very much and count me in.
Thank you. Can you give your address, please, to the clerk? She didn't get your address.
Yes, 13075 Griffin Boulevard, North Miami, Florida, 33161.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name's Yvette Cordero, and I live at 1045 Northeast 119th Street. I've been a resident of Biscayne Park for 10 years plus. I want to put a face to a family that lives in your neighborhood that is gay, very proud of being gay. My children are being raised to be very kind, accepting, and loving. They love our neighborhood. I moved here specifically when Maverick was 2 because I wanted to live in a community that was open and accepting. And so I want to believe that my community stands behind me and my family and my children. When school asks for my daughter to bring in a picture of her family, she should be allowed to bring a picture of her family and say that she has 2 moms. And if a teacher and if little Sally says, "What do you mean you have 2 moms?" The teacher should have the right to say, "She has 2 moms. Some people have two dads. You have a mom and a dad. Little Kelly over there lives with her grandmother, and Dylan lives with only his father. There's all kinds of families. So to just say that we cannot use the word gay, or that a teacher cannot explain differences, is just completely unacceptable. I have my kids here so you can see them and you can put a face to our family. Okay? I ask you, please, there's a lot that I step away from in this community because it gets chaotic sometimes. And I'm tired of fighting for safety on the streets, and I'm tired for fighting for a better playground. But when it comes to trying to put my kids in the closet and put me back in the closet, I'm not going to accept it, because I've worked way too hard and I'm raising a great family. And I know I am. These kids are scouts. They're straight A students. Okay. And I drive even all the way to Doral to make sure that my kids have the best education. All right.
Thank you.
In school, I would like to be able to say whatever I want about my family and say that they're gay. Because back in my old school, Matter, I was in aftercare, and some kids had said, you're adopted because your parents are gay and they can't possibly give birth to you. So you're adopted. And I constantly told them that my parents are gay and that I was born, and I'm proud to be. Right? And I would hate to see that a bill is going to be passed saying that I can't explain, or teachers can't explain to other kids that I have lesbian moms, and that I can't explain it, or a teacher can't explain.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brittany. I'm at
Talk right into the microphone so we can hear. Or if it's too low, you can pick it up.
Can you hear me? Okay, I live at 11251 Northeast 11th Place. I'm here to show support for Matt Kennedy's resolution to oppose the Don't Say Gay bill currently in the Senate. I've heard a lot of people saying that there's no harm in just not talking about LGBT people and the issues that affect them, and that it should be a parent's choice that what their children are taught in school. On the surface, the sentiment makes sense, but when you're an LGBT child or teenager, it means that you're watching adults debate whether your actual existence might be something perverse. I speak from experience as a gay former teen when I say that hearing about other marginalized group struggles, existence, or history has never hurt me. What really hurt me were the parents and teachers who defaced our lovingly crafted Gay Straight Alliance posters with slurs, or the fact that not 1 out of 40 educators cared enough to sponsor our alliance so we could be supported on school grounds. I thought things were getting better, and I have faith in the resilience of the LGBT youth in our state, but I'm asking you to please just take a few minutes of your time to throw these kids a lifeline and oppose the state-sanctioned bullying of our youth by adults. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Payne. I live at 11251 Northeast 11th Place. I would like to introduce myself since I'm a fairly new resident here in BIscayne Park. I live in a duplex on 11th Place with my husband, Senegal, and my 3-year-old son. And in the other half of our duplex is my mother-in-law, Barbara, and my sister-in-law, Brittany, and our 2 dogs. We are first-time homeowners, and we chose this neighborhood to live in because it is such an incredible community. I am here tonight because I applied for serving on the Public Art Advisory Board, and I would like you all to get to know me a little bit better. My husband and I are professionally trained musicians, and we have dedicated our lives and careers to the success and preservation of the arts within our youth and local community. We own and operate a private music lessons studio, Soul Music Studios, of over 100 students across a variety of instruments, giving lessons both here at our home in Biscayne Park as well as in Miami Beach. We run the music program at Casa de Bambini Montessori School, where we currently have over half of the student body enrolled in our private lessons as well. We are also active performers on the Miami music scene with our jazz group, the Apostolo Jazz Co-op, and we perform regularly for festivals, concerts, and educational events. Since I moved to Biscayne Park, I have hoped more to become more involved with the community and find ways to give back to the place where I will be raising my son for the most influential years of his life. I know that serving on the Public Art Advisory Board is the perfect opportunity for me to share my talents and expertise in a creative and arts-focused format. I have extensive training in many areas of the arts, and throughout my time here in Miami, I have established a wide-ranging network of artists across all disciplines that would certainly help the board expand and execute their creative projects. I am a leader, and with all of my experience supervising and coordinating our lesson studio, I know I would contribute my leadership skills to the board as much as they see fit. I can also contribute my organizational and event planning skills, having lots of experience coordinating special workshops and performances for our students. And I even have some ideas for upcoming events Biscayne Park could fulfill, including a festival at the park for International Jazz Day in April, just as an example. More than anything, I would love the opportunity to give back to this rich and diverse community that has given so much to us, and most importantly, a wonderful place for us to raise our child. And I would be happy to give my time and talents to serve the village in a meaningful and artistic way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present here that would like to speak?
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Barbara Watt. Okay. Can you hear me?
Speak
No?
right into it.
Okay, Barbara Watts. Okay, 720 Northeast 118th Street. I'll try to keep this quick. And since I forgot my glasses, I'm going to have to wing it. I'm here to, I've sent this material to the commission and hope that many of you have the handouts that I give. And before I start, I just want to say, so many of the comments tonight were eloquent and persuasive, and I wholeheartedly agree with them. And also, I think that we should have something against the whole thing about critical race theory and the way that the legislature is trying to dictate how teachers teach. It's just absurd. Okay, I'm here tonight to ask that we revive a practice that we had back in 2012 for several years, which is an observance of the World Wildlife Fund's annual Earth Hour, whereby as a symbolic gesture, at 8:30 on the last Saturday of the month of March, symbolically, everyone turns their lights out. And we had this event here at the log cabin. Commissioner Samaria helped with it in several years, and where we the lights were on, and then we had someone, an environmental biologist, speak a few words about climate change and the environment. And then at 8:30 the lights went out, and we listened to music under the stars with flashlights. And it was a lovely event lit by Luminaria, and which I propose that we'll do with Rec Center's permission. I've already talked with Isa about this so that we can make Luminaria and then key it to another event later on in the year of making bird feeders out of recycled materials and bamboo. And I have enough bamboo in my yard to supply everyone in Biscayne Park with a bird feeder. And so I'd like this to be an annual event. And if there is any funding, I think that we can manage it on our own with the Public Art Board, which is soon to be changed to the name of Art and Culture Board, something like that. But I think that we can do that. But we really would love just a little help if there's any money in a miscellaneous fund for Xeroxing, and we need to have police presence and someone to open up the log cabin so that the restrooms could be available and such. We don't plan it to be a big thing, but we plan that in future years, with the support of the Ecology Board, who is behind this, that there'll be more meaningful initiatives to go along with the symbolic observance of Earth Hour at 8:30. Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here that wants to speak? Okay, one more, and then we'll go to the audience.
Hello, my name is Joanna Dessa. I am a new resident of Biscayne Park at 1145 Northeast 119th Street. The reason that I am speaking, the reason why I was invited actually to speak here is because of who I am. I've been a lesbian all my life. Nothing's going to change that. But it's been a life filled with secrecy, hiding, spending a lot of time trying to explain why it is that I don't have boyfriends, especially to my mother, but specifically why I don't have boyfriends, why I only have girlfriends, and all of those wonderful things that people talk about. Growing up, it was hard, even in California, to live a life of an open lesbian. And it didn't get any better as I was going to work or as I was living my life. So imagine my surprise, although I really am not surprised, to find that there is so much anti-gay, lesbian sentiment circling around the United States right now. I just want to say thank you for stepping up and actually having a resolution that speaks to the world about what we consider important here in our neighborhood and what, frankly, the state of Florida and every other state of the union should consider important: the inclusion of everyone in every part of our lives. No one should have to hide because of who they spend their time with. Thanks.
Thank you. I see one hand raised. Janie Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Jamie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. You know, the Don't Say Gay bill has got to be one of the cruelest pieces of legislation ever dreamt up in Tallahassee. You know, and they can cloak it under parental rights. But what about the rights of the parents who want their kids, gay or straight, educated in a nurturing and inclusive environment versus one that excludes and teaches them exclusion is, it's cool, it's okay, we're good with that. What about the rights of LGBTQ kids just to be their own true selves and not be marginalized and bullied? And for many of them, it may be trusting in a teacher that they can confide in, and that may be the way they get through a school day feeling safe. Well, now they won't be able to do that anymore. You know, and ironically, the crafters of this bill are the same types who profess being so concerned about kids' mental health with all the pandemic restrictions and the masking, and who want any discussion of racial issues to way down so nobody feels bad. But apparently the mental health and feelings of gay kids don't matter so much. I would urge this commission to forward the strongest wording possible in a resolution to Tallahassee against this cruel bill. Dan's agenda item regarding censoring of commissioners. So it'll accomplish a few things, all right. It'll ratchet up the acrimony. It'll give commissioners a tool to collectively act on their own personal grudges, and it will cost time and money. What it won't do is anything that actually directly benefits and moves our community forward. I just wish he would place that same energy that he puts into these sort of vendetta projects of his into actually preparing for and participating in real commission business that benefits this community. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a Veronica Olivieri.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for calling on me. It's Veronica Oliveira, and I live at 821 Northeast 107th. And I did want to make sure that I could join the call today to thank Mac and really everyone in the neighborhood for this resolution regarding Don't Say Gay. And yes, imploring that it moves forward. Please, our families deserve that. We're like every other family, just trying to make good humans. So thank you again to Mac, and I won't take up a bunch of time. But again, a thanks, and yeah, please move this forward.
Thank you. Are there any other people at home on Zoom that would wish to speak?
Madam Mayor, I have two comments that I need to read into the
Okay,
record. The first email is in support of Vice Mayor Kennedy's resolution. Carol Stummeyer, pardon me if I mispronounce your name, but it reads, I support you in opposition to the two separate Don't Say Gay bills in the Florida legislature. I am unable to attend the meeting this evening as I have a professional
Association meeting, which I need to attend for credits tonight. Please use this email as my support vote in opposition to Don't Say Gay. And the second comment, and again, pardon me if I mispronounce your name, Tiana Shepherd. Commissioner, I hope you are well. I can't attend the meeting tonight, but I want this email to be in support of your opposition for Don't Say Gay bill, for the Don't Say Gay bill, and for the matter for any other bill or proposal that protect the rights for individual identity, diversity, and inclusion. Best regards, Ms. Shepherd. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public comments. Commissioners, any commissioners want to reply to the comments? Commissioner Hammelberg?
I think we all have the same feeling that we all live in this community because we wanted to live in an inclusive environment that was diverse. That's, no, I'll take it down for a minute. We all wanted to live in an environment that was extremely diverse, which is why we moved here to BIscayne Park, and we all do support this. The unfortunate thing is stuff rolls downhill and we're at the bottom. So we can make a statement, but unfortunately we can't change what's going on up there. And I wish we could. I mean, I would agree for that for reproductive rights as well as this. I think it's insane that we're going backwards into the 1950s again. I agree with all of you. I grew up with gay uncles and they were just uncles, you know, they were people, they were loved by all of us. And we all feel that way about everybody. So I think we all support this and we're all with you.
Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have anything?
No, not really. When we get to the resolution conversation, I'll have some comments, but I'll hold those.
Okay, Commissioner Vice Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, we'll be speaking to the resolution later, but let me just say thanks now to the people who showed up because some of you may not stay for the rest of the meeting. I understand you may not be here for the long haul. We stay kind of late sometimes and we have a lot to cover tonight. So just thank you. It's wonderful to look out and see diverse families out there and so much grassroots support from the community. It means a lot.
Okay, Commissioner Samari, do you have anything, comments?
I'll save my comments until when it comes out.
Okay. Thank you very much for all your comments. It was very good to hear.
I'm sorry, I did want to address Mike Oliva's comments regarding 6th Avenue. I'm sorry, Mike, you kind of got swept up in all the other stuff here tonight. I believe Mario, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe Mario may be addressing some things about 6th Avenue in his report tonight. So I just want you guys to know, and there's a whole group from 6th Avenue over here in 121st that are hoping to get some resolution to the problems of that street. So just know that we're working on it. Mario's working on it. We're not as much as he is, but we're very much aware of it and we're concerned as well. So thanks for coming and speaking about that.
Okay, are there any other reports? Any commissioner reports? Or
I'd like to commend Vice Mayor Kennedy for posting on Nextdoor about his upcoming events in this commission meeting, where you go into detail and explain the agenda items and give your opinion on those items. This doesn't stop commissioners from making their own opinions on the agenda items, but it does stop commissioners from addressing the item personally to you. To me, that is confusing to the reader on whose information is correct. Thank you.
okay, are there any board reports?
Barbara Kuehl for Park and Parkways. In the past, we've recommended several areas that needed landscape maintenance, and Public Works has been addressing many of them. They're doing a great job. We have another workshop coming up to evaluate 115th Street between 6th and 7th Avenue. And the purpose is to create a plan to bring back to the commission for your consideration. And we may break it up into sections so that it doesn't all have to be done at once. We have the board has a very good working relationship with Public Works employees, but there seems to be a lack of communication from the Public Works manager and the village manager. Our board has been marginalized on the tree grant, the log cabin project, the rec center project, the tree protection code, and it's resulted in lost time and money. I'm bringing this to the commission because your attention, because if we don't have the full support of the village, it's not worth having this board. Our members are volunteers, and we all want to make the green spaces better and more beautiful. And I hope we can continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other board reports, I'd like to call on our manager, Mario Diaz, for his report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission, and for the public who's attending. There are a few things I wanted to bring up. The first, earlier today, Commission, you all received the unaudited financials for January through January 31st, 2022. They've also been posted on our website, and that will be email blast as well later this week. Overall, the Paul Winklejohn, our finance consultants, highlighted that our ad valorem revenue has been received at about 87% of what we've anticipated. He says that he doesn't see any unusual patterns, and we're tracking along as anticipated. He also noted that revenue sharing from county and the state normally lags about 1 or 2 months behind, but that he doesn't see any issues as we continue to move forward through the fiscal year. Regarding the expenditures, he stated that all department expenditures are on track at or within normal ranges to the budget, and noted that the one item in the unaudited financials, which we also talked about last month, was it last month or January? During his presentation for the quarterly report, was the insurance payments. That was paid in full as required by the insurance company. However, you'll notice that in the unaudited, we prorate it throughout the rest of the year. So although we listed it what it should be per quarter or per month, everything was paid out that way. It looks like an overage, but it's not. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know or get back to me at a later time. I also wanted to remind that there's still a cone of silence. We have 3 RFPs out. One is for the new audit contract. The evaluation committee must meet, and we hope to bring that item to the commission next month. We have a debris removal contract where bids are due on Friday. And we also have the design build contract for storm drains and road repaving at 5 locations. Those bids are due at the end of March. We hope to have the storm drain project in front of you for the May commission meeting. I also received this month a letter from the CITT, which is the Citizens Independent Transportation, Transit and Transportation Agency. They provide funding to municipalities from the half-penny sales tax. Their audit found few different things, mainly that in 2018 and 2019 fiscal years, as well as 2019-2020 fiscal years, the village did not accurately report and has not turned in proper reporting, and that is a finding against us. We are currently working to recreate those records based on expenditures, and we'll be submitting that hopefully within the next week or two to close out the audit, and hopefully we can finally put CITT behind us, which has been a almost decade-long issue for the village. Griffin Boulevard, for the most part, all the work is completed. What is left The county has told us that they are waiting for final striping to cure before they can finalize the project and do the remaining punch list items and clean up for the project. A lot of that we see overage of asphalt in the medians. They've damaged some swales. They have, at our request, they have invited us to their walkthrough of the list, and Albert has gone through the project with them and identified several areas. We still don't have an estimated time for that to be completed, but we have asked the county. Also, the county has gotten back to us with regards to taking down the Australian pines on Griffin Boulevard that are rotting and decaying and are a danger to the community. They are going to be tagging them within the next couple of weeks. And then once they finish tagging, then they will be scheduled to be removed. That will be at the expense of the county and not of the village. With regard to the concerns brought by Chairwoman Kuehl on the Parks and Parkway Board, I disagree that we've marginalized the board. With regard to the projects that she mentioned on the log cabin, the landscaping, and others, we have taken their comments. The consultant who is working on it is revising and doing that. Once we are at a level to bring it back to the public, we will bring it back to the board, this commission, and to the public to be able to discuss what those options are. Also, 6th Avenue. As our resident mentioned, Mr. Oliva mentioned, this past Sunday, there was a horrific accident in which a motorcycle traveling southbound on 6th Avenue was hit by a vehicle that was traveling westbound on 121st Street. Unfortunately, the man was airlifted to Jackson and I believe is still in critical condition and is probably paralyzed from the neck down. There's a lot of things that this village has been trying to do for many, many years on 6th Avenue. And since coming on board, it has been a priority for me and this commission to address 6th Avenue. Last year, Commissioner Gonzalez asked that we go back, since the project on 6th Avenue for sidewalks and so forth, where it was canceled with DOT at this village's request. Commissioner Gonzalez asked that we ask for a traffic study and see if there's any long-term solutions to the issues on 6th Avenue. DOT surprisingly came back and said that they would do a traffic study. They actually completed that traffic study in the month of December, which was rather quickly. They did have these ropes along the road that does the counts, and it measures speed and how many vehicles, all those type of things that computers do that is way above my knowledge. But they did complete their study in December. And so I want to just read, it is a letter to the commission that I sent to you last week and is also posted, but I want to read to you their response and their email because we did get some good news from that. So quoting from the email, it says, the Florida Department of Transportation completed the traffic engineering study that included field observations, turning movement counts, vehicular approach counts, review of crash data for the last 3 available years, 16 through 18, review of crash data for February 19, 2020 using Signal 4, signal warrant analysis, spot speed study, and engineering judgment. Based on the results of the study, the department has decided to maintain the existing conditions at the intersection of 6th Avenue and Northeast 119th Street due to the low side street vehicle and type of crashes below at the threshold of the warrant to warrant a traffic signal. However, the following improvements will be implemented. I'm going to interject here because I did not mention what some of the requests were. We requested a traffic signal on 119th and 6th Avenue. We requested that the speed limits be painted on the travel lanes themselves because everybody gets used to the speed sign that you normally have and you ignore it. So something new on the travel lane itself will be somewhat of a shock to the system. and be like, okay, there's something new going on. Will people get used to it? Yes, but it's something in addition. So we asked for that. We asked for the radar speed signs that we have that flash and tell you how fast you're going on 6th Avenue that have been broken for many years, that they replace it. And we asked that they add some additional signs to alert of the intersections that are coming up. So they said, however, although they did not agree with the traffic sign signal, they will be implementing replacing the existing 2 non-functional solar speed feedback signs with the new electronic speed feedback signs. So they're going to replace those with new ones. And those are located just south of 121st Street facing southbound, and another right here by the log cabin just south of 115th Street for traffic going north. They're going to install 30-mile-per-hour pavement markings north on the northbound lanes between 115th Street and another one by 117th Street, as well as on southbound traffic near 117th Street as well. And they're also installing 2 intersections ahead signs with supplemental plate of 500 feet, coming up to 500 feet in both directions. So they're going to start scheduling that. And then, although they don't have an exact schedule, but they're going to schedule and permit that work. Those are some good things. However, I'm not accepting the no traffic signal, because part of the request was, if not a traffic signal, give me some stop signs. We're asking for 2 stop signs. That's all we're asking for. We're looking at 119th Street because that is a good, almost an equal distance between the stoplights at 113th and 123rd. And it prevents the continuous acceleration on 6th Avenue. Now, our police, who have regularly been giving, have a regular presence on 6th Avenue, they have given out of I'm just going to use 2021 numbers. They gave out 1,814 total tickets throughout the village. Of those numbers, 1,125 of those were on 6th Avenue. Okay, they regularly clock people going 50 to 60 miles an hour in an 8-block stretch. We are also scheduling a meeting with DOT to provide them pictures and crash reports between 113th and 121st Street over the past 3 years. I believe the issue why their crash data is so low is because our police officers, or North Miami or Miami Shores, refer to it as Northeast 6th Avenue, not State Road 915. So when they look for State Road 915 crash data, oh, there's barely anything. Well, if you look at Northeast 6th Avenue, you're going to see a different story. For instance, in the last 3 years, we've had over 50 crashes within an 8-block radius. So we are, they are open to meeting with us. Albert is scheduling that meeting. On top of that, what can be done to help avoid an accident like what the community experienced this past weekend? I went out. We have a resident here that, after speaking with, her bushes were a little bit too far out on the swale and prevented people from seeing the northbound traffic coming. So we asked, can you please trim that back? And she absolutely did within a couple days. So thank you so much for that, but that's not enough. And so there was a couple things that we did. Albert took a look at the right turn only on 121th when you're going eastbound and 6th Avenue. Many people ignore that. Now, we looked at the candlesticks and it's within the appropriate radius. You need to have a certain footage from the edge of the sidewalk basically to where those candlesticks are, especially if there's an emergency. The first responders are going to need to kind of go around it or go through it. So he says, I don't know that we'll win anything, and we can't extend the candlesticks into 6th Avenue because then it conflicts with the southbound traffic. However, his recommendation, which is going to be proposed at the FDOT meeting, is to extend the curb of the median through the 121 intersection. What this will do, we'll plant some more material there, but what this essentially does is close 121st Street from cross traffic. You won't be able to cross through it anymore. That is the ask. A settlement that I will accept would be getting through and preventing west to east traffic, which right now should be a right turn only movement. So it's signed that way, it's marked that way, you have the candlesticks, you have the turn signal on the lane, people ignore it and they go through. One of our officers today, in fact, was telling me, I don't know what else to do. Today alone, and this was before 2 o'clock, I've already given out 10 tickets for people doing that cross traffic. So we are doing the enforcement, we do have the right stuff out there, but we need more, and that's what we're going to DOT with. Going out and flatly demanding it from DOT never gives you the results that you're looking. You have to massage that almost to the point that they think it's their idea, right? But they are willing to be working with us. They're still taking our phone calls, they're taking our meetings, and we're going to take advantage of that as much as we possibly can. I also just wanted to point out, and I don't know if it's at the back of the agenda, so I'm just going to say it in my report. I want to thank the foundation. They're putting together on March 19th a food and tunes. Sorry, I don't know why I said it that way. So I want to thank the foundation for putting that together. I know that will always be that's always a great event. And our parks department is also going to be looking in March to have a movie night. We don't have a date set right now, but once we do, we'll make sure that that gets out to the community. We do have and I just posted this, I believe earlier today, on Nextdoor. We do have a donation drive going where you can drop off either new or slightly used shoes at the rec center. Those donations, we've partnered with the other cities, other nonprofits, and a lot of other schools that are also doing this drive. All the shoes collected go to Camilla's house for the children, the women, and the men that are there, and to help the homeless that are in our community. The donation can be done at the Park and Rec Center, and it will go through the end of the month, so through March 31st. The building department is wrapping up their OpenGov training and building of the process. OpenGov is going to be the new application that the building department will have to receive electronic applications for permits, reviews, and inspections. Instead of everything being manual, you can do it from your home. You don't even have to come into the village. And so we're building all the necessary documents within there. So they should be done with that this week. And then we'll move on to the code department. We're hoping to go live in early summer, May, June timeframe is what I'm hoping for. We'll have a period for the testing. So once that goes, everything's going really well, and I'm proud of the building department for putting all that together. They've basically been working twice a day or twice a week with Open Government for the month of February, and they've captured almost everything on there already, and we should be ready to go with that. So on top of that, and that concludes my report. I apologize for the length, Madam Mayor, but I just wanted to make sure that you had all the information of what's been going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, can I ask just Mario a real quick question?
Go ahead.
I can't tell you how much I miss you.
The hell?
Uh,
Mario, can you give us just a brief update on the company we just hired at the last commission meeting when it comes to communication with let us know what's going on, where are they at, and what's kind of the plans moving forward with that?
Sure. Just let me give those who are leaving a moment to exit. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Chief Cabrera, did you want
No,
to?
Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez. We finalized the negotiation of the contract. The contract was signed by both parties. They have begun working. They just finalized the revision for communication to the community with regards to the Great Waste. The brochure, we designed a sticker that we can put on the trash bins, as well as information, updated information to put on the website. So now that is now in my hands, and we're going to be printing that so that we can do a door hanger or a mailer for the brochure. We're going to get a quote for stickers, so that then we can start having, hopefully with the assistance of Great Waste and Public Works and other employees, even myself, will be going around to be able to put those on the bins themselves. Those stickers will indicate when the pickup dates are, what's allowed on those pickup dates, from yard to bulk to regular garbage, and also continuing with the QR code success that we had with the door hangers and the yard signs to sign up for village emails. We put a QR code there that will lead it to the website, so that they can always look for more information or more detailed information on our website. We have a meeting this week with the web developers, so that we can finalize the new website and hopefully go live. They're going to be checking some of the content throughout the website, do some QC checking on that, and then we'll finalize that. They're also starting on the driveway communication for the community. We have a different meeting scheduled to be able to kind of go over what the scope of that would look like. They've already received the actual ordinance and the red line drawing, so they're going to start trying to digest what all that means. Not being a resident, not being here for the discussions, which is exactly what we want, because most of our community has not seen or read or heard that discussion, so that they can plan for how to tackle that project. They're also going to be developing a newsletter, right now digital, but it can always just be printed. It's not difficult to do, so that we can start putting all of that routine information on there, start updating people as to what's going on. So they've got a lot of feet in the pool right now, getting everything up and running and moving. As quickly as things are being produced, we'll start pushing everything out. Not a problem. Thank you for the question.
Okay, Chief Cabrera?
Are we done? I'm sorry, are we done with Mario's report?
Yes.
I want to do a couple of follow-up questions, if I may, before you move on to the chief.
Oh, okay.
Mario, thanks for all the updates. That was great. So I love hearing all of that. The communication, am I on? Yes, I am. The communications, are we going to see things before they go out? Do we see things as well? Can we see them? If we can, I'd like to. Let me just say that. If we
Yeah,
can,
I can share that. That's not a problem.
and thanks for including the QR codes. It's such a handy thing that we have available to us these days. The griffing trees, the pine trees, that was nice to hear, but we don't know how many they're going to take down, and they're not taking them all down, right? They're only going to take down the sick ones, the worst ones.
My understanding is everything that they've been able to verify through their inspection and our arborist report. But I believe that's most of the trees on Griffin. If I'm
Most of the
mistaken.
pines.
I'll provide the commission with a count.
Okay.
But we should also see, they're going to tag them, like literally tag them. So we'll be able to see how many they plan to take down as well.
So you think it really will be the majority of them? Oh,
I believe so, yes. Most of those trees are all hollow and rotting inside.
Who's going to be tagging them? I'm sorry.
The county.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's great. 6th Avenue, it sounds like you're making a lot of progress there. The people that were here tonight, I met with, they were very concerned about that accident. So thanks for addressing that. And it sounds like you have some very concrete things that you're asking the state for. So that's wonderful to hear. And the closing of 121st Street, that median is like genius. So I hope you can pull that off. A couple of unrelated things. One is it's relating to the communications, and you and I talked about this separately or privately. The emails, a lot of people are still not getting the emails. It's a continual problem. I know it's a real bear to try to fix over there. And Shantae has been great when people contact me and I forward them along to her. She has some kind of runaround that she's figured out to try to get it to work. So sometimes she's able to get people the emails, but a lot of people are still not getting the emails. But and it's through whatever program you use there. But as you and I discussed, Shantae sent me a spreadsheet of the emails, and I was able to just copy and paste them into emails. And I did an email blast to the whole community over the weekend. I had to send 16 emails because our server allows only so many emails to go through at a time, but it worked. And people got the emails. People that aren't getting the village emails did get my email because I didn't do it the more sophisticated way. I guess I did a copy and paste off of a spreadsheet and it worked. So there is a way to get emails to get out there. And I think with all the communication that we'll be doing now with this new firm, it's important that when email is the mechanism they're going to use, that we're making sure that people really do get those emails. Great waste. We talked about this before. They're using the claw to pick up yard debris. And we communicated by email about this, but we didn't have a chance to talk about it. Today they were in the village again, and I had a significant pile. I didn't max out my pile this week, but there was a good sized pile that I took out early this morning. And then when they came, I went out to see them, and I try to run out and say hi and thanks whenever they come anyway. But they used the claw to pick up my pile, and it's not a pile that required the claw. And then I saw them go down the street and actually pick up individual garbage bags using the claw. That's not how this is supposed to work, I don't think. So I'm curious why they're sending the claw in the village to pick up all the trash at one time, because my understanding is they're only supposed to be doing that in certain circumstances. So I'm hoping you could tell us about that as well. And then real quickly, are all the stumps out? And I saw them working like crazy. They're all gone. That's great. Okay, thank you.
So three things. Yes, all the stumps have been removed from the tree removals we did last fiscal year. With regards to the emails, one of the things that we need to be able to provide is an option for residents or anybody receiving the email to unsubscribe. And we can't do that if we're sending out those via our own individual email. That would also kind of bombard that email account, which would either be myself or the clerk, with either non-responses or out of offices or anything like that. But I will look to see if we can migrate possibly away from the website email distribution tool to possibly something like Constant Contact or I think what's the other one? MailChimp or something like that, which it still allows for all that unsubscribe and it keeps everything automatic and efficient, but might be a little bit better. So I'll definitely take a look at that.
That'd be great. It also, by the way, they provide reports that are very easy to access, so you can see who's opening, what they're looking at, how much time they're spending reading it. So it really is a great tool to use on the back end to see how your communications are working.
Yeah, not a problem. So we'll take a look at that. One of the key things with Great Waste is we wanted to make sure that we had a consistent and quality pickup service throughout the village. If you remember when Waste Pro here, the biggest complaints that we had was especially yard debris would sit out for weeks, if not months at a time. And so part of them bringing in the claw is to ensure that the bulk and the yard waste is being picked up. So for example, in the month of January, they picked up on yard debris with the claw by itself over 100 pounds of yard waste, or not 100 pounds, 100,000 pounds of yard waste. Add that to the other 300,000 pounds of garbage that they collect in the month. When you're talking about one truck with 3 guys, that's where the system breaks down. That's how it broke down for Waste Pro. So we try to coordinate with them to make sure that they have the availability, because my number one concern is making sure that everything is picked up. Why would they use it to pick up a bag? I have no idea. It doesn't make sense to me either. And I did schedule a meeting with the owner of the company for next week to be able to go through it. You know, as you stated, I don't mind if they're going to bring this in, especially if they're falling behind, if some of these piles are a little bit bigger and they want to be able to maintain, but pick up the bag and put it in the truck. How is that difficult? So, you know, I will be going and meeting with them and kind of tightening it up a little bit. But again, I'm astonished every time I see the reports, and we produce almost 500,000 pounds of waste, and a fifth of it is yard waste, which is more than any community I've seen. So we do a lot. So if we just stick to the truck with the 3 guys, they're going to fail as a contractor. We're going to get really bad service, and we will fail as a community on this cycle. So we're trying to constantly manage to make sure that the service and the pickup is getting done on time and regularly.
I will tell you, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I appreciate that, because we all want the trash all to be gone. But then there's, you know, the inherent dangers is probably too strong of a word, of the claw being used. And we've seen that in the past couple of months with yards being damaged. And did a power line come down, or an AT&T line or something come down?
Not because of their work.
Yeah, they took down 3, not power lines, but AT&T and Comcast lines. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it comes with risk, right? So we need to try to minimize it. And I understand, look, I've seen them come through the village and pick up the really giant piles. And they stopped at my neighbors across the street one day and took a washer and dryer. The guy picked it up like you'd think he was picking up a grain of rice with a toothpick. I was just so impressed how that man operated that thing and picked up those appliances. So I haven't seen the damage myself, but I've gotten reports, and so have you.
No, absolutely.
But- and to their credit, they came in and resodded some people's lawns too. But we just want to head that off.
No, absolutely,
They're
Vice
also
Mayor.
big, noisy, kind of messy things. So I understand you're trying to manage a whole thing here, but I'm hoping we can minimize the claw and really have it only be used.
Understood. And when we did get those complaints, they were put on notice for liquidated damages if they didn't make the repairs to the property within the contracted specified time. And to their credit, they're not running away. They come out and they fixed it. I last month, that week where there was several complaints, they were trying to train somebody to do it as well. And he had a learning curve. I've since asked them not to bring that gentleman here and let him train somewhere else. And they said not a problem. And today I haven't gotten a single complaint of it. So we do need to tighten it up a little bit, and I agree with that, and I will talk to them about that. But to like you said, to their credit, when they have had damage, they've came out themselves and they fixed it immediately.
Let me just say one more thing to their credit, and that is that consistently I've seen them pick up way oversized piles. And I doubt highly that those were prearranged. They're just coming through the village with a claw and whatever, I mean, from what I've seen on several occasions, just giant piles, they'll pick them up. And they're not, bypassing it or, so, that might be a problem for them in the long run. So, and while I certainly appreciate it, I think that that's kind of unfair that they're currently having to do that. So just FYI.
Not at the village direction, though. They're doing that on their own.
No, I get it. And that's awesome that they are, but
I agree.
But when you start adding up all the stuff that you're adding, that's part of it.
Yep.
Is there any more questions for the manager?
The other thing about Great Waste is Bruce has been very easily accessed. If I had a question or a complaint, he's been very, very responsive.
And Bruce, just for everyone's knowledge, is the superintendent that was hired by Great Waste for BIscayne Park. He was also at the Halloween events, which Great Waste sponsored for that decorating or the bins. So yes, Bruce is great. He actually worked with Waste Pro, and maybe if they would have listened to him more, things would have been different. But he's doing an amazing job and for Great Waste.
I think the chief wants to say something.
I'm trying to call him. Chief Cabrera, are you back? Good evening.
How you doing, Mayor?
Okay, how are you?
Good, good, good. So I want to add some insight. So I want to let everybody know that we are consistently working on 6th Avenue, and we have not stopped as the manager has brought that to light. We, at one point, last year, we wrote over 2,300 tickets, and we continue to enforce 6th Avenue, and not only 6th Avenue, I want to be clear, something that wasn't brought up before. We're addressing 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue, and all around the park. So I realized, and when I came here 4 years ago, that we're pedestrian friendly park and we have no sidewalks, and that the safety and security of our residents who walk, exercise, and stroll through the park is extremely important. And during my time, we've had no incidents relating to pedestrians, thank God. And we continue to be aggressive and monitor the traffic along the park. Since we came on, we created we installed the traffic calming devices along our roadways and the signage, which is important. And I want to tell you, since the manager has come along, Mario, he's been an amazing leader, and he's really directed us on focusing on the things that the village wants to accomplish, the residents want to accomplish, what he wants to accomplish. And it's been at times challenging, but it's been very rewarding in the sense that we have a vision, we have objectives, and we have goals. And Mario has been an amazing leader, and I commend him every way, every step. We've been together now almost a year and a half, and I have nothing but praise to say about Mario. Having said that, I'm going to put the commander on Zoom. He's going to tell you about the amazing stats this year. Overall, we've overcome all the stats we've done before. We're now among probably the top three municipalities in all of Dade County, and that is extremely important to me. I want the citizens to feel safe. I want the citizens to know that our police department is doing what we need to do. And I know sometimes it's challenging because the accident that happened the other day, which actually happened in North Miami, and there's things we need to overcome. I mean, we need to put more signage. We need to ensure that the shrubbery is cut, and we need to do more. There's always more to do. And that's a challenge. Every day there's expectations, and every day we need to meet those expectations. But Commander Walslacker, can you say very briefly, tell them about what's going on in the village?
Sure, absolutely, Chief. Again, as the manager presented in the last commission meeting, FDLE was dealing with some type of a turnover, so we're still in the process of reporting everything. So we do not have the exact makeup of where everything is, but I can tell you, based on my experience and based on, the 11, 12 years that I've been in BIscayne Park, we are extremely better off than we've ever been. I do understand. And yes, Northeast 6th Avenue and Griffin Boulevard have always been issues for us. One of the major issues that we had, during the last, I want to say it was 2 months, was the repaving of Griffin Boulevard, forcing different traffic down 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue, traffic that did not normally come that way. And we overcame that. But also you need to keep in mind that along with traffic is not our only concern as a police department. You need to focus on other Part 1 crimes. And Part 1 crimes are the violent crimes. How many murders has Biscayne Park had in the last, 3 years? 0. I mean, we'll just focus on the past year. How many have we had in the past year? 0. How many robberies? 0. How many sexual assaults? 0. This past year, burglaries, we had, I want to say 2, and one of which was an attempt. If a vehicle gets stolen, it's usually because the vehicle is left unlocked and the car keys are left inside. You know, if someone happens to go into a door of a vehicle, it's not because the window's getting smashed out, it's because the car door is left unlocked. These are all factors that need to be taken into account. It's not just about traffic safety, which I do agree is an extremely large part of our job, and especially because of the way that Biscayne Park is oriented. Yeah, traffic safety is a major concern. As the chief brought up, as the manager has brought up, we have very, very low lighting. We have 0 sidewalks, and pedestrian, traffic within the village is a major concern. But, that's not the only concern. There is a lot of other things that go in. And I want everyone to please keep that in the back of your mind when you take this into account.
I also want to add that in every year we have hundreds of watch orders. So you're going to ask me, Chief, what are the watch orders? So every time you go on vacation, every time that you're going to take 1 week off, every time that you're going to leave your house, you send an email to the police department, you call us, you let us know. Every officer visits your house every 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes, we go there, we stop. If you have packages, we contact you, we let you know. We follow up and make sure that you don't get victimized while you're not home. In the last 4 years that I've been here, the last 2 years that Mario's been the manager, who I absolutely respect, we monitor this and we make sure that nobody has gotten victimized while they're not home. So these things matter. So I want you to know sometimes things occur because that's the world of policing. And if you look outside of Biscayne Park, you realize things are not probably what is occurring in Biscayne Park. So we take absolute pride and we really work every day. We come to work and we really love, respect, and we give our lives for the residents of Biscayne Park. So that's all I want to say for tonight. And I want you guys, everybody to know that we're not going to stop. We have an officer detached to the DA working with us, and we have an officer detached to the Human Trafficking Task Force. We have officers now, which before, by the way, with the scandal with the FBI and everything that occurred, nobody would even look at us. And we have really evolved in Biscayne Park, where we're now respected by every other agency, and we work with every other agency. And we're on the map, and we're not going to stop from making sure that the quality of life for our residents are among the best in all of the economy. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Cabrera. Okay, let's move to the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, and second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Samaria and seconded by Commissioner Hammelberg. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda is passed. Okay. Ordinance 2022-01. Ed?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, creating Section 2-18, Vice Mayor of Article 2, Village Commission of Chapter 2, Administration of the Village of Biscayne Park Code of Ordinances, setting forth a procedure for the selection of a vice mayor, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, and this is second reading.
Thank you. Are there any public comments?
Madam Mayor, I see none on Zoom or none here in the log cabin.
No public comments. Okay, can I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to have a motion to approve ordinance 2022-1.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez seconded it. Commissioner Samaria made the motion. Are there any comments? I'd like to call a roll call vote, please.
Mayor O'Happen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Hammelberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yes.
Ordinance number 2022-01 passes 5-0, second reading.
Okay, thank you. Ordinance 2022-03. Ed?
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 16.15 landlord permits of chapter 16 permits and certificates of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to clarify the rental period for which a landlord permit is required, substituting the term housing code to the Florida Building Code, providing that appeals shall be to circuit court in lieu of county court, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Is there any public comments on 2022-03?
Madam Mayor, I see none here at the log cabin, nor any hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2022-3.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Samaria and seconded by Commissioner Hammelberg. All in favor, say, oh no, I'm sorry, roll call. Oh, is there any discussion on that? Roll call, please.
Mayor O'Happen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Hammerberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yes.
Ordinance number 2022-02, second reading, passes 5-0.
Okay. Okay, there's the resolutions. I'm looking at that. Yeah, resolution 2022-11. Appointment of members to the Public Art Advisory Board. Is that it?
Right, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the selection and appointment of members to the Public Art Advisory Board, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, please. We have 4 people nominating themselves for the board, so I'd like to make a motion that we have one vote to appoint all 4 people to the board at one time.
I'll second that. Motion by Vice Mayor Kennedy, seconded by Mayor O'Halpin. Is there any discussion on that?
Real quickly, I always like to say thank you to board members who volunteer. The village is better for the work that you guys do. And we have someone joining the board who is a new resident in the village and a first-time volunteer. She came here and spoke very eloquently tonight. Very impressive young person. It's nice to see her on board. So I want to thank her specifically and everybody, of course.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it's approved. Resolution.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just real quick, we did have a board member Barbara Watts, who has emailed and then spoke earlier today with regards to the Earth Hour. If there's consensus from the commission to allow the board to host the event, I could definitely make the log cabin available. Police does have the key so that they can be here and open that for them. My only concern, and it's something that staff can work with the board on in development, is one of the recommendations, Ms. Watt, if I'm not mistaken, you want to do the luminaries, which is the paper squares with a little candle and it floats up. My concern with that, no? I'm sorry?
Battery operated.
Oh, okay. So there's no floating, because I was worried that we'd have fire with all the trees that we have around us. So that was my concern. So we can definitely make arrangements for that. If they're going to be doing some music under the stars and it's here around the log cabin, that might be fine. In the rec center, at that time, we do not have staff, so we would have to find a way to pay for overtime for them to do that. But if we can arrange it around here, at least for this year, and figure that out, I'll be glad to make the log cabin available. So if it's at the consensus, we can work with the board.
Madam
that good?
Mayor,
You got to turn on your mic, sir.
if it's legal or not, an attorney can tell me. I like to make a donation through my company to pay for that's why staff can be. If that's legal, I don't know if it's legal or not.
I don't see any reason why you can't make a donation to the village.
So that's what I like to do. I like to pay for where the staff.
We'll work with the board and figure out what's exactly needed, and if anything, we'll get back to you, Commissioner Samaria.
Barbara?
And Barbara, if you can just speak at the mic so those on Zoom might be able to hear you. And I apologize for throwing this onto the board without putting it on the agenda. It's just, I didn't want to
Thank you so
make them feel
much.
that they were ignored.
Yeah, I really appreciate this. And the thing is, anything at the rec center, it would be like, do it like the foundation did it with the St. Valentine's Day cards, where it was it could be merged with the after school program with the kids already there. I've yet to talk with, I think it was, and I'm blanking on her name, the foundation member, Jill, I think.
Jill.
Okay, who organized that, but either that or it would be a Saturday morning thing where, because Issa said that, there are loads of kids coming in on Saturdays,
Yeah.
especially with the change, that we
Not a
would have a group just to make the luminaries that will fill the bags with birdseed rather than sand.
Okay.
And I've bought a whole bunch of those battery run little twinkle lights. And so anyway, yeah, we don't want that.
No
but
fire.
no fires.
No
And then, and anything later, if we had all of these, do-it-yourself bird feeders, that could be, it doesn't have to be by March 26th. It can be in April or any other time on a Saturday. Issa penciled in the 26th.
Okay.
During the day for me, but I don't
Perfect.
think we even have to do that. And we also have someone, Nancy Davis, who's a graphic designer to do all the, the flyers and stuff like that.
I think there's consensus unless someone's
Is
opposed.
there a consensus from all the?
There is, so
Yeah, I think-
I'll have staff, I'll have Issa reach out to the arts board and help them organize with what they need. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Barbara. Okay, resolution 2022-12. Appointment of members to the Parks and Parkway.
Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the selection and appointment of members to the Parks and Parkway Advisory Board, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Jenny, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint all 4 nominees to the board in one vote, please.
Okay, who made the resolution? You did. And was that you? Okay. Resolution made by Vice Mayor Kennedy, seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. Is there any other discussion? Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, resolution 2022-13. Oh, that's the one.
Madam Mayor, that was removed.
Right, okay.
And we moved item 14A from discussion into the resolution.
We removed that, right?
We moved 14A from
Okay.
discussion into resolution since the during additions and deletions and item as he, as vice mayor would like to have a vote for a resolution.
14A
Correct.
first. Okay. Do you want to read that, Vice Mayor Kennedy?
Well, actually, since I sent the agenda item in, I took the liberty of drafting a resolution. I sent it into staff and they forwarded it to Valerie. She was kind enough to go through it. She tightened it up and made it much better. So then I forwarded it back to the village and I believe you guys all received a copy of it today. So unfortunately, it wasn't posted on the agenda, was it, Mario? Or Shante? I don't.
No,
think it
sir,
was.
we
No.
weren't able to.
So what's the procedure there to discuss a resolution that the residents have not seen? Do we have to read the entire thing or what do we do?
No, we just have to read the title.
Just read the title and have our discussion and have our vote. Okay. So this started as a discussion item and then it morphed into a resolution. I'd like to claim to be the most eloquent spokesperson on this topic, but I can't take that distinction after listening to all the residents who came here tonight. It was a really nice turnout.
Correct.
And people spoke from the heart and I heard things from perspectives that I had not even thought of myself. So it was very enlightening for me as well tonight. So thanks again for everyone who came. I was a little late to this party. I didn't know about this until that long ago, but as soon as I heard about it, I knew that something needed to be done. And I fully recognize that the Village of Biscayne Park passing a resolution and sending it up to our leaders in Tallahassee is not likely to make much of an impact on whatever their decision is. I'd like to think that it would, but if we're being real, that's not likely to happen. But I do think it's necessary to take a stand. And when something's not right, you say so, even if you're screaming into the wind. Sometimes you just have to do what's right. And when I read about this and read up on it and learned more about it and saw copies of the bill, I was disgusted. It makes me embarrassed to be a Floridian, quite frankly. And I'd like to say some other things about this, but I'm going to let the other commissioners have a chance at addressing this, and then I'll wrap it up and we can read a resolution and have a vote on it, I suppose.
I think that we've listened to our residents, I don't know if there's any opposition to this, so I don't know how long we should.
Well, let's let the commissioners say
going.
whatever
Does
they want to say.
anybody?
Madam Mayor, if we can read the title of the resolution into the record. I don't know if legal has it, but I do have one in front of me. Okay. Allow them to read it first.
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, opposing Florida Senate Bill 1834, Florida House Bill 1557, urging local state legislators to vote against the aforementioned bills, directing the village clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution, providing for severability and providing for an effective.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can we have a,
Okay, I think as commissioners, we can also put our money where our mouth is and we can, those of us who are able to, make some donations to some organizations that support kids. I have a friend whose son was dealing with this issue and we took them over to Jewish Family Services, who on a sliding scale gave just about free counseling until this young man got his issues straightened out. And I think it would behoove us to vote for this, but I think it would also behoove us to put some money into the pockets of the organizations that support these kids.
is that okay? Can we have a motion on that resolution?
Ginny, I'm not, people want to discuss.
I just want to just say a couple of things that, like Commissioner Kennedy said, I don't think this particular resolution will have much of an impact on our lawmakers. And I also don't think that, this particular resolution is going to change, it's going to save children's lives. But as a community living in the 21st century, I think that it's important that we stand on the side of what's right. And in my humble opinion, this is the right thing to do. Having said that, one of the worst things that you can do to children is make them feel that they're different. And, we're talking about kindergarten to third grade, right? And that's kind of where the push is. They talk about families in kindergarten and third grade, right? And they talk about mommies and they talk about daddies, but they're going to exclude daddies and mommies and mommies. And what that will do to the children is confuse them, ostracize them, and from a very early age make them feel inferior and like they're different. And that's the worst thing that you can do to children, and that will have a negative impact for the rest of their lives. So this little gesture for us, I think, is very important to stand on the side of what's right.
Commissioner Samaria, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I want to thank everybody that came tonight to speak on this subject matter. I heard you, but my reason is I believe this, that I can't support this, my reason is I believe this topic should be handled at home by the parents, not in school. For those who say God should not be taught in school, as a Christian, I agree with you. And for those who say that this will be against LGBTQ community, I disagree. There are laws to prevent that. Thank you.
Okay, I fully support this. Is there any more comments or should? we-
Yeah, let me say a couple of things. So thank you all for your support, and thanks again to the community for its support. I see this as it's such hateful legislation, and plain and simple, in my opinion, I don't speak for anyone but myself here. This is state-sponsored hate couched as educational freedoms. And it is one step in a march backwards for this state. And it's a march that also includes narrowing abortion rights, rigging voting districts, and other insidious things that are happening at the state level. I think we all need to be very mindful of that and watch what's going on in our state. It's horrifyingly embarrassing. It's a slap in the face to a huge section of our community. And I'm glad that we're going to apparently speak against this. I will be very extremely disappointed if this is not a unanimous vote in support of this resolution. Each commissioner makes her or his own choices, but I think sometimes you put your own personal things aside and do what you know to be right. We need to join the chorus of other cities and villages and organizations to say no to this hateful and dangerous legislation. And for those who aren't aware, as we sit here tonight, Miami Shores is considering a very similar resolution of their own, as have other communities as well. So thank you very much for considering this.
Okay, can we have a motion for this resolution?
I'll make a motion to pass a resolution 2022-14.
And I'll second that quite happily.
Okay, is all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay. One no. Okay, we're going to go into discussion of the Swale. Continuing discussion. Requesting that the commissioner hold a first discussion on Swale topics for further consideration.
Madam Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, before we start, I'd like to make a motion that we limit the debate to 5 minutes, the rule prior to the resolution, January 2021, providing for rules and procedures of commission.
Okay, you're making a motion for 5 minute? I didn't quite.
5-minute rule that we passed as commission.
So
January of 2021.
5-minute rule for each commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay.
Now let's discuss that. So this is not something we're voting on tonight. This is a discussion.
Right.
And it's a big, huge topic with lots of moving parts. We have all submitted a list of things and had separate conversations with Mario about this. And to limit it to limit conversations for some arbitrary reason, and we all know what that arbitrary reason is. It's the fact that everyone saw my list and knows that will be contributing a lot to this conversation. Done my homework and I'm ready to go. I think it's shooting us in the foot. And it's really kind of a silly, unprofessional way to go about a big conversation like this. There are lots of topics we're going to discuss. Most of us will have something to say on everything that comes up. This is not a matter of Dan talked for 5 minutes, now stop talking. Jenny talked for 5 minutes, now stop talking. It's not about that. This is a big, freewheeling, open conversation that's going to hopefully get us somewhere on this topic. But to limit it is ridiculous, quite frankly. And we're all going to be talking about lots of things along the way, and I'm not certain who would be doing the timing anyway to say Mac just talked for 15 more seconds about the wheel stop item. So it's just an absurd way to go about it. So I seconded it for discussion. I absolutely will not support that. It's absurd.
Any other comments on the motion?
I think that, you know, I think there should be a limit for our discussion. I don't know if 5 minutes is the right number. But I also think that we should be able to come back after the discussion to answer questions that may have been brought up. Because, you know, to just say, look, you can only talk for, say, 10 minutes, and then you're not allowed to talk again. I think that that's unrealistic and unreasonable, because things may come up during the conversation, and we'll have a response to it. So I think that we should be able to rebut anything that we disagree with that may come up.
Then here's a question.
I believe under Robert's rules of 5 minutes, if that rule went into effect, you can speak again for another 5 minutes, but it's got to be different information that you're
Madam
giving.
Mayor, I mean, why do we pass stuff if we're not going to follow the rules? The rules said 5 minutes. Commissioner Kennedy and other commissioners voted for that. And like Robert's rules says you can come back and talk for another 5 minutes.
Right, as long as it's new information.
Like dragging us on for 15, 20 minutes on an item.
Okay, is there any other discussion on the 5-minute rule going in?
Let's try it and see how it works.
Who's going to lead the discussion and who's going to time it?
I was planning to lead the discussion and bring up each of the various items that we all spoke about and seeing what kind of consensus there was at tracking that, to try to compile the information so that staff and legal can then come back with some form of draft or a potential first reading if we're able to get to that point.
Mario, if you bring up a topic, does that mean we each get 5 minutes to talk on that topic, or you're going to time our answer and deduct that from our total of 5 minutes? I mean, this is just kind of, we're wasting time here having a discussion about how to run a conversation.
We're almost to 4 minutes of just the discussion
Exactly,
on the
exactly my point. So how's that going to work, Mario, if we were to pass this right now? You're going to bring up a topic
not
and do
sure.
what?
But is it
We get 5
per,
minutes
we've
per
got
item?
like, I apologize, we have
Per topic.
about 22 different line items for this topic, so.
But I thought the way you did it the last time with the visit budget, you had where there was a consent among, you know, if you have like one item that all the commissioners agree upon, we don't need to have a discussion about that. I mean, that's what we did with the budget. Budget went, and I'll give Commissioner Kennedy a lot of credit. That went really good, where we had, it was his original, him and the city manager's idea about getting a consent on it. We have a consent on a certain amount of items. We don't need to have a 5-minute discussion on it.
Well, I think, okay, but we've just realized that there are 22 items that Mario is going to bring up. Who knows where all those, what other topics will come out of those that someone else will want to answer to. It's just ridiculous. I'm sorry. just let's just start having the conversation and see where it goes. Can we vote on the motion, please? Dan made a motion. I seconded it for discussion.
Okay. All in favor of the 5-minute rule, say aye.
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 No.
All opposed?
No. I didn't hear what you.
No.
You voted no?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. This is too big of a topic. Okay?
Okay,
No, okay, Judy just said, if it doesn't work, we'll go back on it. We can, but someone would have to make a motion to change that, wouldn't we? Because we just decided a procedure that we're now required to follow. So this is going to be fun. Go, guys. Someone start timing. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Don't count my time now.
okay. Go right ahead.
Madam Mayor, with regards to the discussion of the swale and right away, back in 2021, the commission discussed and was able to revise the codes for impacting of the driveways, something that in this community had been in discussion form for many years. So the next point of conversation is with regards to the swale. In August of 2021, you all began an initial conversation on the swales, and many things were listed. In the month of January, we all I had a conversation with each of you, and some things were added to that list as well. So what I'd like to do, as Commissioner Samaria has mentioned, and we have done in the past with the budget, I have a spreadsheet open that we can start going through the 22 items, and then if there is consensus, we can then take a move forward or have a discussion on the item. If there's consensus, then we can start trying to draft something to bring back to commission for a vote. If there's not, then we'll just drop it off of that list. If there's needed for further clarification, we can either come back next month or continue the conversation. So I listed this in no particular order. Yes,
I
ma'am.
think we passed prior to do public comments on this, and I think we should do public comments before we do individual. That's everybody. That's what you asked on Vice Mayor, to have public comments.
Yeah,
on
we
this.
agreed to that.
So
Okay.
I'd like to open up the floor first for public comments.
No problem. Madam Mayor, is there anybody in the room that would like to make a comment?
No.
Seeing none, Madam Mayor, we do have a Patricia Gonzalez with her hand up.
Okay, Patricia?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Patricia Gonzalez, 11901 Northeast 6th Avenue. Well, this afternoon, late this afternoon, I sent the mayor and the commissioners and the village manager a couple of emails with records of all the accidents I have witnessed on 6th Avenue and 119th. I heard the manager talk about what FDOT wants to do about 6th Avenue and 119th. And besides the issue of all the accidents that have happened on this street, all the traffic coming from North Miami and cutting across Biscayne Park is becoming ridiculous. I'm sorry for the word. And they're speeding everywhere, not making a stop sign, not stopping on the stop signs, making it really dangerous for pedestrians and their pets. I would probably recommend the commission to look at that problem, at that issue, maybe closing some of the roads to have access from North Miami like they do in Miami Shores, and just kind of redirecting the traffic somewhere else. The other, in regards to the Swale area, there's been a lot of issues, a lot of planting of planting a lot of stuff within the Swale area, which is making also difficult for the pedestrians to walk. So I think you should reconsider all the planting on the Swale area. I have spoken to the road enforcement, and he actually, one of them mentioned to me that I could give a list and that would be anonymous of all the planting that has been done on the Swale area. I said, well, I'm sorry, that's not my job, but that could be done. So just to prevent any accidents or having people, just because of the speed being in a dangerous situation as a pedestrian. The other thing I want to mention about is
you have to finish your thought. You have only a few more seconds.
Okay, so I have on the issue on 6th Avenue, I highly recommend, or the traffic light or speed bumps, so to slow people down. And that will be pretty much what I recommend because there's been a lot of accidents.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Janie Anderson, you want to speak?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Jamie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. Couple of comments on some of the talking points on your list. As far as parking passes for guest swale parking, I don't think that's a road we'd want to go down. I mean, we really don't want to be a community that if someone has a last minute party, additional guests show up, they can't do it because they don't have their parking passes. Now, moving on to something else that apparently has been quite a debate. How much privacy should people be able to have? They should have as much privacy as needed to thoroughly enjoy their property. And if that means a privacy hedge in the front, so be it, especially for people who have kids and who have very small, if any, backyards. They need that safety net. And for those of us on corners who have at least two, and in some of our cases, 3 frontages, we need the privacy. The other thing that's been tossed back and forth is standardizing swale plantings and the amount of space the planting can take. We're not a cookie cutter community. We keep bragging about that. That's kind of our mantra. And our swales are all different sizes anyway. Leave people some versatility. And really, the last thing we should be pushing for, and Judy and Dan seem to push for this a lot, is only having grass. With the amount of water grass takes and the amount of pesticides some people unfortunately still use, that is just not ecologically responsible. But I got to tell you, this whole thing started off rather sadly tonight because what we learned, certainly from Dan Samaria leading the pack, is that it's more important to time things than it is to get it right. This is big stuff, people. This is really going to affect all of us. It can possibly result in major changes. If it takes 5 hours, 5 months, whatever it is, you got to get it right for the majority of this commission, not just be in a hurry. For those of you in a hurry, maybe you're in the wrong place. Thank you.
Is there anybody else on Zoom that would like to comment? Madam Mayor, I see none. If allowed, I'd like to go into the line items to see if we can work down this list a little bit. So, as I mentioned, I spoke with all of you. I put down a list. I believe the item is titled Swale-ROW-Topics PDF. I have an Excel spreadsheet so that I can keep tab to see if there's a consensus and to take any notes. And our village clerk is also taking notes as well. So first is disallowing parking surfaces on swales and right-of-ways, which goes together with the Save Our Swales campaign, which is also a backup item. I believe this is one of the items that Commissioner Kennedy had proposed originally back in August. So is there a consensus? Is there anybody that would like to say something with regards to disallowing parking surfaces on swales? This would essentially mean that no one is allowed to park on the swale.
Okay, do not count this as part of my 5 minutes. I'm just clarifying something that Mario said. I never said that I proposed that that would be a good idea. When I put the list together, what I did was put together a list of everything I could think of that would be
Correct.
discussed in the item.
Correct.
So don't anyone interpret what Mario just said to think that MAC wants to eliminate swale parking, because that's not true.
And if that's how it came across, I apologize. That's not the intent. It's
I want
just
to make sure that was
item
very
that was brought up
abundantly
through
clear to
Save Our
everybody
Swales.
else.
So we'll just go down the line here.
It worked for us in the budget meeting, and we were able to get through everything. I think it's a good way. If there's a topic, my deal was if there was a topic that was really contentious or anything, that we can talk it out. If everybody kind of agrees with the point, then we can just move on towards it.
Down the line.
Okay. Commissioner Hammelberg, with regards to disallowing parking on swales.
Absolutely not.
Period. No,
Well,
that's not what it says.
Parking surfaces on the swales.
Either or, absolutely not.
Just stick to one at a time. Just stick to
Okay, so to clarify, disallowing parking surfaces on the swale, in other words, no asphalt or concrete within the swale that would allow for parking on it.
no developed parking.
I don't agree with that.
A driveway approach is, you don't park on the driveway approach. You're going into your driving. Yeah, no, it's not the driveway approach.
Park on the swale.
The first item is simply to parking surfaces. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Confused. What
You're
parking surfaces are you in regards? Because I don't see anything in specific parking surfaces. So I'm for impervious parking on developed impervious, but not
okay, so in other words,
impervious. I'm sorry, not impervious.
right. So what the item is saying is we would prevent anyone from paving or doing an impervious surface on the swale.
Okay, nothing about the pervious.
No.
Okay, and no, I agree.
You agree to disallow parking surfaces on the swales?
If it's impervious, yes. If it's pervious, no.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to talk about parking on swales first. So it's something we need to keep in mind, and this is where I'm going to eat up my 5 minutes, but we got to talk about these things. We do not have a standard right-of-way depth in this village. We cannot have this conversation knowing that the right-of-way depth in Biscayne Park is 10 feet from road surface towards the house. We don't have a standard depth. So for us to have a conversation like it's one size fits all is very difficult for us to do. I think we shouldn't be having this conversation without a little more information, because it's quite possible that it's such an easy answer as, yes, you can have a parking surface on your swale. If your swale's 25 feet deep, are we going to allow 25-foot deep parking surface? And what if your right-of-way depth is only 4 feet at your house and you're going to put a parking surface? Now there's a parking surface that overlaps onto private property. If it's going to be wide enough for a car to park on, that then becomes part of the calculation for driveways. This topic is not that simple. It's not a go down the line and everyone come to a consensus on this. There's a whole lot to consider here about what that means, because it's very possible that some people would be able to put parking surfaces in they couldn't even park a car on anyway. It's also important to keep in mind that the right-of-way is public property and anybody can park there. So whether there's a surface or not, anybody could pull up and park on the right-of-way in front of your house. Art, I could leave this meeting right now and pull up in front of your house, park on the right-of-way in front of your house and leave my car there permanently, quite frankly, because you don't own it. You'd have to ask me to move my car so you can mow underneath it, but it's not your parking space, it's not your property. So we allow for parking on the right-of-way. We don't disallow for that on the grass anyway, or whatever surface is there. So this is specific to a surface. So if we're talking specific to a surface, I support pervious parking spaces on the swale. I want water to be able to go down, because if we weren't doing this very, restricted conversation, one of the things if we were going to talk about sort of what our overriding concerns are, one of mine is flooding. We have lots of flooding problem in this village, and much of it is either solely from developed swale parking that is impervious, or is exacerbated by. So I'm very much opposed to impervious parking, very much would support some kind of pervious parking. But then when you talk pervious parking, it's gravel. And how is that much different than just someone parking on their grass, which we allow for anyway? So the bottom line is we allow for people to park out there on the right of way, whether it's developed or not. So should we allow it? I suppose, for me, if it's impervious, but anyone could go park there anyway. You could put a line of cars down in front of your house right now, nose to butt, all the way the entire length of your property, and no one could do anything about it. And you could do it on your neighbor's property too, quite frankly. Let's all keep that in mind. So while we're talking about it, how would we control that? We'd have to then decide what the stipulations are for the different surfaces. We'd have to decide what the amount is. Right now, it's 40% separate from the approach. We have to decide what that is. Can it be in one location? Can it be in more than one location? If someone lives on a corner property, they have two sides. Do they get 40% of each side? The Andersons have 3 frontages on their home, on 11th Place, on 119th Street, and on 12th. I'm not sure what it is. It's not Court, it's Avenue back there. I'm not certain which one it is. So do they get 40% of each length and they can put in huge amounts of parking spaces on the Swale? This is not such an easy conversation. We have to think of all those things. And in something like this, those details matter a whole lot, because this can go horribly sideways, and the execution that you see of something we decide so quickly could be terrible, and something not at all that we thought would happen.
Well, currently, that's not stipulated in our,
It is, it's 40% of the frontage excluding the approach.
it is, but it's not specified if you have 2 areas. right?
Not,
So-
not that I'm aware of. No, I could be
It's not,
wrong.
it's
Yeah.
not, because I've looked. And so if the Andersons literally have 3, they can literally right now put 3.
Right.
40% on each side.
And then is that 40%, they can do 40% of each side separately, or can they take that total calculation and say, our total linear footage of our 3 sides is this much, we'll take 40% of that, and we're gonna asphalt the entire right of way in front of our house? Well, okay, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And do they have to put it on the 40% on each side separately, or is it a total calculation?
The way I read it, it would be 40% on each side separately.
We have to make sure it's written that way.
Yeah,
That's what
right.
Okay, so if there's no consensus on this, should we move to the next item?
One hasn't spoken on it yet.
Excuse me,
Mayor.
but we're 5 minutes.
Mayor O'Halpin,
Yes.
are you for or against disallowing?
Oh, I'm in favor of parking on the Swale on pervious, but I'm also in favor of grandfathering.
That's a different one.
That's
so
a different one. Okay, I'm in favor as long as it's on pervious surface.
Okay. Commissioner Samaria?
I agree with that.
Can I have some of his 5 minutes? 'Cause I got
The
like
next item
27
is
lines on my
essentially
spreadsheet.
disallowing all parking directly on swales. Commissioner Samaria?
Against that,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
allowing, no, they should be able to park.
Okay. Mayor O'Halpin?
Now, what was your question on?
The next item is to disallow all parking directly on the swale.
No, I don't think it should be disallowed.
Vice Mayor Kennedy?
The short answer on that is no, but we have to recognize what I would ask Valerie is, I mean, could we disallow parking on the right of way? We don't own that land. Could we say no parking on the right of way? And of course, when we say right of way, what we're all really talking about is what's defined on this list as swale, not right of way, because what right of way includes across a median to the property across the street as well. So we should all probably make sure we're using the right terminology, because it makes a difference here. So what we're really talking about is swale. So Valerie, can the village say you can't park on your swale? The kinds of things, right?
But actually prohibiting outright, I don't know.
Yep. Because if we're going to end up approving some kind of pervious or impervious parking surfaces, we all need to recognize that while I could go put some percentage, 40% of a parking space out there, I can still park my car the entire length of the property. I can park cars the entire length. So it's really kind of, when you think about it that way, it's kind of silly. It's kind of like, well, people can park there. They can park anywhere you want to in Biscayne Park. Anybody can pull into Biscayne Park right now and go park on anybody's swale. It's public parking. It's not yours. I can go to Rosemary's house and park my car. I could leave it there 24/7. I could refuse to move it, you know? So, I mean, so to have the parking space is kind of like, it's kind of a moot thing. Yeah, exactly. You have 5 parking spaces in front of your house. Yeah. But you can't park on the approach of your driveway. The part that is already developed, you can't park there but you can park on the rest of it. So it's really kind of an odd thing, but I'd want to know what the laws are, what we could do anyway. Because if we're trying to, and this is going to come up later when we talk about things like, I know this is something that Judy takes very seriously, and I support her in this, is, you know, pedestrian safety and things in the village. We allow for people to park on the swales, and you could cover your entire property. There could be a property full of cars, and there's nowhere for anyone to step out of the road anyway. So it all becomes very tangled up.
But parking on the swales is usually a temporary thing. There are very few places where people are permanently parking. The few places we're finding it are where people don't have driveways, and that should be remedied within the next year.
Well, there are places that people are parking up. I mean, there are, because I walk a lot, and there are places, and you can't write code for what you think will happen. Oh, no one's going to do that. You have to write code to be followed and to make sense. And in my opinion, when I think about when we work on things like this, it's what do we want, and what's the worst legal application of the code as it ends up being written. What's the worst thing that could happen? If someone followed that, you would go, oh my God, that's horrible. That's not what we wanted, but that's what the code allows for. All that matters at the end of this is the words on that piece of paper is all that matters, not what we think people will do. I could, you know, we could all give 1,000 examples of things that no one ever thought they would do. And then there it is. There's a house on 117th Street that's 500 feet tall that looks like a spaceship landed there. And now we're talking about a mention ordinance partly as a result of that. Who would have thought that would have happened? Who would have thought lots of things were going to happen? But when you're going to write a code, you have to think, what's the worst this could legally be interpreted? And you could not do anything about it afterwards.
So the way I look at,
Ladies, are you finished, Vice Mayor Kennedy?
I was just responding to Judy.
I'm sorry?
I was responding to Judy.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez?
so the way I look at swales is for overflow parking. It should not be for permanent parking. And I think that is something that also that we need to address as far as our code is concerned, because I don't think anywhere in there currently would state that it's for temporary parking. So I think that with the new driveway ordinance going in, where people will have the option to park on site because they may or may not have the adequate parking currently. I think that we need to add that somewhere. But we definitely need swale parking because you know, people have events, people have parties, and then they're not going to find any parking, and they need to find parking. But it should be temporary. It should definitely not be a permanent.
Is there a way to do that though? That's the big.
If I may interject, to state our code does have standards for off-street parking, and it does state that all required off-street parking spaces and the use they are intended to serve shall be located on the same parcel. But it mentions that all parking surfaces shall be of approved materials. Grass is not an approved material. And so if you're parking on the grass, you can get ticketed.
But read the beginning of that. That's for approved parking.
That's the design standards for off-street parking. Right.
That's when you're going to develop parking. That's for driveways, right? That's not for swale parking.
Okay, I apologize then.
So again, it's this temporary thing, and you bring up a very good point. It's I don't know that we can. Well, I guess I would ask Valerie, can we do that, and how would you do it?
My recommendation is to go through, see what there's consensus on, and then we can, between now and then, preparing a
Yes,
draft,
right.
going to the planning board to figure out whether it's viable. But for example, if everybody wants to allow parking on the right of ways, there's no point in doing research about whether we can pivot it all together.
Well, they're talking about temporary though.
Yeah.
Through it, all the different issues, who everybody is, and we can go back and research it.
So the swales belong to the village, correct? Swales belong to us, right? To the residents.
Yes, swales are public right
So-
of way. However, Vice Mayor Kennedy is not incorrect that it may vary from property to property, the depth of which.
No, I understand that, but right now, what we're talking about, Valerie, is limiting the amount of time that people can actually park on the swale. So you're not allowed, it's not a permanent park. So the same car can't be there every single day, 24 hours
But
a day.
From an enforcement, I'm not sure, outside of saying long-term parking, I'm not sure how we as a village will be able to enforce that.
We don't have a parking
We have,
authority, we have police.
right, we have 2 officers per shift essentially. And so how are they going to keep track that, unless they chalk up the wheels and stuff with the time, and then they have to remember to come back to see, if it's more than if we want to define it as you're not allowed to have long-term parking and things like that, I'm sure we can come up with some kind of language in that regard. But to limit it to an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, something like that, it's not feasible for this village.
So we have to recognize that whatever we're writing, that can't be controlled, really.
Correct.
Okay.
So I don't believe there's, Commissioner Hammelberg, you've already stated that you do not want to prevent parking on the swales. And so that's a consensus to allow parking, so we don't need to talk about that item. The next item is provide guest parking passes for swale use only. I would only caution again, we don't have the capacity to maintain this in the office. Having people come to Village Hall to get a parking pass and then being able to.
That's too
to
much
inform
trouble.
it.
And at 3 a.m, if somebody's visiting me and they get sick and one of my friends who's a nurse comes over, what are we going to call 911 to get a police over there to get a parking permit?
I
Crazy.
agree. So to make, I think there is consensus, but just, does anybody on the dais wish to implement a parking pass? Okay, I see none, so I'm just gonna move on. Determine who may park on the swale, only that of a resident or anybody. Again, this is an item that there is no actual way to fully enforce. Normally, those who would be parking in the swale for the most part would be visitors, because each property should have their own driveway. There could be properties that have more than one car and they need to park on the swale. But for the most part, it's usually visitors. Is there any consensus, show of hands, or just say yes or no, to have a discussion and to limit that to only residents?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so I don't see that there's any discussion on that, so we'll move on. The next one is, if approved swale parking surfaces are allowed, which we're saying so far there's consensus for pervious material. Determine the percentage of the footage. Right now, we say 40%. So in my notes is research for details of what makes up the 40%. And we can ask P&Z of how that's always been interpreted, whether it's as a whole or frontage of the street.
It is frontage. It's the linear frontage. I know that.
On the street. So if you have in the Anderson's case, it would be 40% of each street that they face, not the entirety.
That is stipulated what that means. But then the other concern there, Mario, is that if it's, let's say we stick to the 40%, we, as far as I know, are not permitting it this way or enforcing it. And I'm not sure how you would. I'm just bringing it up. I'm not stating a position on this about the depth, because it's 40% of the linear frontage of the property. Let's just say it's someone who faces one street. It's 40%, not counting for the approach to the driveway. But everybody's right of way may not be deep enough to even accommodate a car. So now we're going to be allowing for 40% frontage development, but we have to make sure that that's all on the swale, because as soon as they cross over the property line, then it's off-street parking. Then it's part of the driveway calculation. So all of that needs to be figured out as well.
That would be something that the P and Z would have to.
We have to make sure the code tells them what to do. They don't,
Right.
they don't make things up. It has to be written so they know
Right.
it can't be.
So Commissioner Kennedy, would you, in your clarification and try to understand the depth, would you say, or could this item be modified to say not only 40% of the linear foot, should a property they need to have at least enough width for a vehicle to be able to park on the swale, because they can't park on the swale and the roadway. So this be allowed, the 40% be allowed linear foot, should a property have a swale of a minimum of, I don't know if it's 6 or 8 feet, which is what a
6 feet is an average size of the.
average size is,
And we do have some swales in our village.
that are much
that
smaller than that,
12 and 15 feet wide.
much bigger, correct?
They're much
not.
bigger.
That's right. So then,
Both.
right. So then the other, Judy's right, because then the other, extent of that is how deep could they go? Now you could end up with someone who has, I think some of them, Art, yours is probably 25 feet. I've heard some of the ones on Griffin are really crazy deep, like 25 feet deep of right of way. Someone could put in, here's the 40% of my frontage, but it's 25 feet deep. Vroom. And now it's a huge, you basically put a parking lot out there on the edge of the street.
So
But if we're
think
going with pervious, it's like stones, which we have people who put in, I have stones in my backyard.
But this is village land, not theirs. So now they're developing village land.
But you can't say 40% for one person and 20% for another.
No. It's just, the percentage would be the same.
It's either 40% or.
No. What I'm saying is we just have to recognize that 40% application could end up with a very different kind of development from one property to the other. That's all I'm saying. I'm not proposing anything. I'm just saying
Biscayne Park.
we need to, we need to recognize that and make sure if we have a concern that there would be overdevelopment, that it would be as easy as a 40 linear feet. It has to be a minimum depth of blank to accommodate a car, or you couldn't have, whatever it is. And that it would be, and the square footage not to exceed. So we don't want, do we want parking lots in front of houses, whether they're pervious or not? That's what can end up happening. And then you have cars, because one of the things that isn't on the list for us to discuss tonight, it's on mine, so I guess I won't get to say it, is we need to stipulate, how do we want cars parked? Do we want them parked only parallel to the street in the direction of traffic? Or do we, because if someone has a 25-foot deep right of way and they can develop it that deep, then they could pull nose in or they could back in. And do we want that on our streets of Biscayne Park?
Well, but also if we're not developing.
that is on the list, sir.
Oh, is it?
We'll get that. I included your topics.
They could go ahead and get a lot more cars on my property without bothering my neighbors if people pull head in on my grass.
Right, but do we want then a community changes its appeal from residential, which is parallel parking, to parking lot with people nose in? I mean, it changes the character of a village completely. Of a community completely.
So for when you're discussing pervious materials, grass, gravel, are there any others that the commission has?
It's all the stuff that's in the driveway ordinance would be turf block. I'm assuming we're all kind of thinking it would be the same list, but only the pervious things on that list, which would be gravel.
Still a maximum of 40.
Yeah, so, but then people are gonna say, pavers are pervious. So now, pervious would include asphalt. So, okay, so there'd be no asphalt. But you put pavers out there, those are pervious. But for appearance's sake, it's the same thing. It's a hard surface. Saying, we gotta think about all of these things.
So just to make sure, I'm going to go down the line. We're talking about determining the percentage of the 40% of the frontage of each street, no matter how many streets there are. And which is different from what is listed on your thing, and a minimum of 6 feet depth for the swale, for that to be allowed. So I started with Samaria last time, so I'll start with Commissioner Hammelberg. You okay with allowing the 40% for the parking surface with a minimum of 6 feet depth
In the swale.
in the swale? Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that, if it's pervious. Is that what-
Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes, as long as it doesn't encroach into the private property.
this is only talking about the right of way, correct? Vice Mayor Kennedy.
Well, yeah, with some, yes, with some caveats, and those would be, I have no reason to not believe art's figure of 6 feet, but I'd like someone to like sort of independently verify that on street parking and whatever in a community, that's what's meant, that's the best practice. I don't know. Arts are parking authority.
Understood. Yes.
But I'd like some independent verification on that. The 40%. I understand that, but you know,
How much better can you get?
He's doing a Ronald Reagan on me.
no, I'm just.
Trust, but I gotta verify.
Oh, exactly.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
And then I'd also like to hear P and Z share opinion on that 40% number. So I don't want to just say yes to 40%, because I'd like P and Z to have some flexibility to come back to
I
us.
think they already did.
All right, well, I'd like to hear them when they look at this.
And this will have to go to P and Z first.
So I
anyways,
just want to make
before
sure that we hear their opinion on that.
Yes.
But and also the 40% on if someone has multiple frontages, how that would work. I'd want that very well clarified as well, because I don't want someone taking their total frontage on 2 or 3 streets and using that figure and be able to apply the figure to one side of their property. We've got to be very careful how that's worded.
Correct. Commissioner Samaria.
I agree with that.
Okay. So there is consensus there. Actually, the next item, we jumped the gun with the depth. So determining the we determined somewhat of a minimum with verification of 6 feet. But the question is, should we, and I think Vice Mayor started the conversation, but we'll get more of a actual voting consensus, determine a maximum depth, right? And you were very clear to say, you know, if we just allow the 40%, then you could have some properties that might have a 25-foot depth parking, while others might only have the minimum 6 feet. So is there a consensus to limit and put a cap on how much, how deep that parking surface could be on a swale?
Can I jump in there and answer that? I think the minimum might also serve as the maximum in this case, that if we determine, like, let the arts figure holds up and that's the magic number is 6, then I see no reason to go greater than, if that's the size of a parking space that is meant to accommodate vehicle,
Well, that's
non-commercial vehicles. If that's the number, I don't see why we would want anyone to go greater than that, because what's the purpose of it? It just invites, let me make an overriding statement. In my opinion, we should be, if we're going to allow parking along the street, I think we should be minimizing it in every possible way that we can. We don't want this village lined with cars, because remember, when we allow people to park out there on spaces or whatever we decide they're going to be, we are now lining our cars with streets. And there are places that you go through this village, we all see them, where you're like, it's like you're driving through you're walking through a parking lot. There are cars on both sides of you the whole way down. You lose the residential character of your community when you allow for all of this parking. So in my opinion, every way that we can limit it, but let people get an extra space out there is fine, but limit it in every possible way: width, depth, materials, all of it.
Okay, so before we discuss, let me interject and go down, because I think it would be important. One of the line items is determine the direction of parking, right? So I think this will further help the depth conversation. So the question is, do we want to limit parking on a swale to parallel parking only, head in or angled, or allow any type of parking?
Where are you, Mario?
I have it as line 16. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the bottom.
I see it.
So again,
Saying in developed swale or undeveloped swale?
For swale parking, just generic swale
So
parking,
if-
do we want to limit it to only parallel parking so it goes along with the street? Or do we want to allow, or do you want to allow someone to have the option to do head-in parking or angled parking like we have out here in front of the log cabin and the admin building?
I've got friends coming to my house. If I can't have them on my property head in, then they're parking on my neighbor's property. So
Say that again.
they're
I'm sorry, I lost you.
on my grass. I mean, if I have a large number of people on my property, then I would rather they be head in on my grass for the twice a year that I might have.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, is your mic on? Because I can hear you because I can hear you talking, but not through the speaker.
Mask off, I think. My concern is I can fit 2 to 3 cars on my front if we're parallel parking. If I have a large gathering, which I do periodically, if they can park head in on my swale and I'm not developing that swale, I can fit 8 cars. So are you telling me that they can't park head in, or are we talking about the development of the swale?
You want to know if are we talking about one of these impervious spaces we're going to allow, or are we talking about altogether anywhere?
Right.
Yeah, that's what she wants clarification. I
Yeah,
get it.
so for clarification, we're asking if the commission wants to restrict the type of parking on the swale.
Developed parking surfaces, these impervious surfaces
Grass
developed.
developed. Well,
I would say just parking, period, right? Whether it's developed or not, parking, period. Do you want to limit the type of parking that someone's going to do on the swale? The concern that has been brought up in the past and that we've seen and that the Chief Cabrera has talked about is when someone parks head in, sometimes they might not go far enough in, and then you will have a portion of the car sticking out in the street. Now, police will ticket it if it impedes traffic and it's a safety issue. So eliminating that possibility with saying only parallel parking. So the question is, do you want to restrict how someone's allowed to park on the swale?
My question, Madam Mayor, is, okay, if it's, we already decided that.
Can you
I'm
make
sorry,
sure you talk
If
into
we
the mic?
have decided the size, I mean, what's the size of the parking head? What's the size of from the TED to the hell? You know, if it's going to be more than 6 feet.
We haven't, we put that on pause so that if you can determine, right, we can't answer that question, but if you determine only parallel parking is allowed, then that's going to help identify how deep within the swale you're able to do that.
Commissioner, I don't agree. I want to know what the distance is going to be. If a car is not going to stick out, then they should be able to put it head in, because you can have a lot more cars on the property.
So Commissioner Samara, you're saying no restriction?
Doesn't most of our homes that are meltable dwellings have that kind of
But
parking?
the point here is, guys, that
Plexes have head in on their.
the point here is that, we have swales all over the village, right? So why are you forcing 8 cars into your property when you can literally park in your neighbor's swale and the neighbor's swale and the other neighbor's swale right across the street, right on the side? And then it's parallel parking instead of, head-in parking, 8 cars into your property on your grass.
Because some of the neighbors get angry that some.
Oh, but that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But the reality is that that land doesn't belong to them. And, it is what it is. If you want to be a nice neighbor, then maybe you have a conversation with them and say, hey, having a little party tonight, like I've had many parties at my house. And I call the neighbors and I say, hey, I'm going to have some people park on your swale. And they're fine with it, so.
I agree with Art on that. So, I mean, and the point is, we don't want to be packing in as many cars as we can.
It looks horrible.
It looks horrible. I mean, that's to say, it looks
Especially
trashy.
the apartment buildings over here, everybody's parking.
It looks trashy.
It looks like
A parking lot as opposed to a residential community. It's also dangerous because these people are not parking all the way in and their butts are sticking. And I've never seen one get ticketed. I'm not complaining about our police, but I've reported a couple of houses down from me on a very regular basis. Their ass is sticking out on 11th place. Taking pictures of it, you can see it across the line. So the head in thing or the tail end thing this is bad news. It looks terrible. I think it's dangerous and it does not look like a nice residential community.
Well, we can't,
Supposed to be elevated.
we can't determine that until you figure out,
Multi-family,
you can't,
They have driveways too.
you can't figure,
No, a lot of them do not. That's why they pay.
Well, we just passed an ordinance that requires them to put a driveway, and we included that chart that requires them to include guest parking. So
determine the head part until you figure out what the distance is gonna be.
Some of these apartments.
Dan, what Mario is asking us to do is say, do we, like, say for aesthetic reasons, want to say no head-in parking, or for some safety reasons as well, as he just rightfully brought up from the police chief? Do we want to say we don't want head-in parking? Because if we agree to that, then that automatically, then that helps Mario take us to the next point. That's what you're trying to get here done, right, Mario?
Correct.
I don't want to limit people from doing heading.
Okay. Mayor O'Halpin?
Okay, but you're not making a code for certain buildings, Jenny. You're making a code for Biscayne Park. Okay, so I'm just clarifying what you just stated. You said
So-
you're okay.
Space in mind, but there are a lot of houses here that people park that way. That's the way of the structures. Are we going to grandfather those that are done this way?
That's another question on the list here. He's
Right,
gonna
are we going to grandfather it? You can't, some of these, you see the apartments are multifamily dwellings and they park space in. All of a sudden, we're going to tell them you can't, and now they have, instead of
Jenny,
cars, they're going to have now room for two cars.
I wonder, Jenny, I think you're confusing what you're seeing with, those are driveways. In those duplexes, those short space, they sit closer to the road. You're looking at a driveway. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about swale parking.
Yeah, that's what it is in front of their house.
No, that's a driveway. That's their driveway.
Their driveway.
Right. This is a separate topic. Put that aside. This is a separate topic. This is now parking on the swale, separate from the driveways. So now you're gonna have,
The swale's big enough, it can be going face in.
Okay, so we have, right now, we have a consensus to allow for head-in parking. Going back to the original item.
I didn't get the whole consent. I know Ginny and Dan are okay with it. I didn't hear what you guys said.
So Commissioner Hammelberg, Commissioner Samaria, and Mayor O'Halpin are in favor of allowing head-in parking. Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Gonzalez, or Vice Mayor Kennedy and Commissioner Gonzalez are in favor of only allowing parallel parking.
Okay.
Okay. And so going back to the original question, allowing the head-in parking, do you all want to set a cap on how deep that parking space can be? Now, we can definitely look in.
About developed parking spaces, are we?
I'm sorry?
We're not talking about developed parking spaces. I'm talking about on my grass.
So that would be a material that you would have to approve when we go through that. Is parking on grass going to be allowed?
I'm talking about temporary parking on grass for the 1 or 2 times a year that I have overflow.
We're only talking about swales here, guys. If the front wheel crosses over on the property line onto your yard, they're not allowed to do that now. That's not what we're discussing here. We are only discussing swales.
Stemming from understanding that you're saying that it's only going to be pervious surfaces on the swale, but you're still discussing percentages and some type of improvements, right? So like you said, it could be pavers, for example. So Commissioner Hammelberg, it's not just grass. We're saying there would be some improvements on the swales permitted.
Right.
It
So
would be pervious, but nevertheless, it would be
correct.
developed.
So if someone's going to develop a parking surface, right, whether it's gravel or any of those pervious that we talked about earlier that allow the water to flow in, then in that parking surface, do you want to set a cap of how deep that can go within a swale? But it has to be the swale, so it can't trickle into the private property line. It's only within that swale. So if someone has a 25-foot swale, could they provide parking that is 25 foot deep Or do you want to cap it at, hey, you can only do it at 8 feet, right? Which is a standard parking space. I don't know if it's 8 feet. I'm just using that number. Commissioner Gonzalez probably knows a little bit more, and we can figure that out when it goes to P and Z. But you have 25 feet, but you can only go 8 feet deep. And you can do the head-in parking, but you can only go 8 feet, or maybe it's 10, or maybe it's 6. Is there a cap that the commission wants to be able to regulate for that? Well, I mean, you have long bed trucks that are much different than a sedan. And so do we want to just stick to what a standard ADA parking spot is?
ADA is bigger than a standard parking space. ADA is 4 foot wider. I think ADA is 12 feet, whereas a standard space is 7.5 to 8.
Well, we're not talking width, we're talking length.
I would say 12 feet.
I
would say 12 feet.
The length of the space, I don't think changes on ADA. It's the width.
So
I would say 12 feet.
You don't have to provide it on driveways.
right, okay, so, but do you want to set a cap, whether it's
12 feet.
the standard parking space, whether it's 6, 8, 10, 12 feet?
So here's the question then. So if we limit the depth, right? Now they can do the 40% instead of this way, right?
Well, the way it's written now, it's 40%.
Yeah,
It's
but,
a linear.
but I understand, but they can go this way or they can go this way. You can go either way. You have 40% of their swale covered.
No, it's not 40% by square foot. It's 40%. The way it's written now, it's 40 linear feet. So if your property is 100 feet from that neighbor to that neighbor, you can develop 40 feet of it. What we're discussing now is how deep can it be? It's not 40% of that area. It's 40 linear feet of it.
I thought it was 40% of the area.
I think it's both. It's 40% frontage.
Okay, now I'm really. Yeah, 40% of the swale area. Okay, that's what my understanding is. So if that's the case.
You're on P&Z,
Well, yeah, but I mean, from what I've read, it's 40% of
the
swale
area. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
So
then.
if we're going to limit their depth, right? Then, and to say the depth is, they can then.
Sir, can you please make sure you're talking to the microphone? Commissioner Gonzalez, can you please make sure you're talking to the microphone?
You understand what I'm saying? Well, right now, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's not,
Whale's only 4 feet deep. They can't.
but that's not what we're talking about right now, though. Well, but that was a conversation ago. Right now, what we're talking about is if you have a swale that is 25 feet,
5-minute rule.
25 feet, no, I haven't spoken, 25 feet deep. Forget about the I understand, darling, but there's other houses.
There are houses.
There are houses in the village that have deep.
Now we're having a conversation with someone sitting in. We're trying to get through a meeting, guys. We agreed to a procedure that now we're not following. So good job, whoever's doing that. And now we're having a free for all with someone in the front row. No offense, Rosemary.
What's the next?
Doesn't know how to get this done.
So you understand what I'm
Let's
saying?
move on to a different topic and see if we can find some consent things. Let's move on to a different line and see if we can find some consent.
We will try
I'll
to
second
come
that
back.
motion.
Not a problem.
Better not to beat a dead horse.
Okay, an item is determine the slope of a swale parking surface as it relates to street flooding. Now, I apologize, I don't remember who provided this suggestion. The way that I am reading it is there are areas within other municipalities in the county in which the swale itself is sloped almost like a V shape. to help with flooding and to help percolate the water and retain more. So I believe that's the question is, should there be a slope so that the water runs either towards the street or away a street? It wouldn't, in our village, it wouldn't be necessarily a V shape, but it might be a little bit of an angled, probably not a big where you would see like, oh my God, that's sideways or anything like that. But does
That
anybody?
was my item. So
That was
that
your
was-
item?
yeah,
Can you
so-
clarify what?
Yeah,
what you
so
wish?
when you develop parking along the street, and let's just assume for this conversation that it's a parallel parking space along the street and it's developed, it's a parking space, they're not parking on the grass. That here's the situation we have, and I have photographs that I could pull up if you guys want to see it, but I'm sure you've all seen it as well, where people have put swale parking out. Now, I'm just going to be honest and say some of them have somehow developed their entire frontage, 100% of their frontage is developed for parking, and it's asphalt. So I think we maybe just remove the asphalt portion of it, but pavers aren't necessarily that much better, and they're pervious. Keep that in mind. So, and they're angled such that they force the water back into the street. So when it rains, the water is meant to, a road is high in the center and low on the side, so water runs off the road. And it's supposed to go into the ground and go down. Water needs to go down, not across. But we have allowed people in the village to develop swales that are angled up to keep the water out of their property, and it forces it back in the street, and it causes flooding. So go down my street. It's a moving body of water in rain. It's a moving creek coming down the street because there are 3 properties that are 100% asphalt from edge to edge. It's some of what the problem is on 113th, Mario? 113th. Some of that flooding there is because of that pavement as well. So that's the point, is we need to make sure that whatever parking we are approving is being installed in such a way that it does not allow the water to force back on the street. The fact that we just decided that pervious is the way to go is fabulous, but it doesn't necessarily solve the problem, again, because pavers are pervious and they force water sideways. So this is a flooding concern. This is a flooding concern. And for me, that's one of the big things we need to address here, because some of the flooding in the village is caused by this, 100% caused by it. And in many other places, it's exacerbated by it. Driveways do it too, but driveways are something separate, driveway approaches. So, and we did address that in driveways.
So to summarize, is the request, Vice Mayor, that swale parking surface is constructed in a way that does not force flooding within the street?
Yeah, and that there has to be a slope to it. And when I put my driveway in, I was told by the building official that they would come and pour water on it, the approach, to make sure the water, to see how the water ran. Nobody ever did that, but that it would be done, that's how serious this was, that they came and did like some kind of a water test or something would happen. But I don't know how, I don't think that goes into a code, but my concern is just that it's very clear that these things have to be constructed, that the water stays off the streets and goes into dirt, ground, something organic, so we can go down into the water table.
I have no problem with that.
Great. Okay, so again, the question is to get consensus on, determine a slope, which will have to come back, research, come back and go to P&Z and then come back to the commission. Determine a slope for the swale parking surface so that it does not it does not contribute to street flooding.
Bingo.
Commissioner Hammelberg?
I'm with that.
Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez?
I'm good with that.
Commissioner Kennedy, I'm assuming you're okay with it. Mayor O'Halpin?
I'm good with that, but I also, I'm going to be in favor of having the grandfather clause, the places that are. already-
And Commissioner Samaria?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. It is. And let's just take that one up right now. So the question is, do we grandfather existing swale conditions until 50% deteriorated before they have to meet any new standards?
So whatever it was, it's the same language we use for driveway. So basically, Valerie didn't like that one. You got from her. What are you thinking, Valerie, down there? I'm sorry.
She gets to do the language later.
No, maybe she's just thinking, how do I word that?
Concepts.
Mayor O'Halpin, did is that
I
type of
agree with
verbiage?
That the grandfather
Okay.
rule, as long as 50% of it, more than 50% doesn't have to be redone. They have to comply if they're redoing.
Okay.
The same as the driveway, right? Yes, same as the driveway.
Okay, so
And I truly think that if people pulled permits and did it by the code at the time, if we try and force
Right.
them to pull it out, we're gonna end up getting sued.
So,
Crazy.
okay, so Commissioner Samaria, are you in support as well?
Same as it is a driveway, yeah.
Grandfather.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Vice Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, as long as when that deterioration level is hit, then they have to comply with the new code. Yes. Yep.
Yep. And Commissioner Hammelberg, I believe you're a yes, but I want to confirm. Yes, thank you. Okay. So we have the grandfather to stay in there. Let me go back up to the order of the list. The next one is
Side set.
if a approved swale parking surface is allowed, should there be a determined side setback?
I think it should be equal to the same as the driveways, which is 30 inches. I think it's 30.
Swales from the property line, but
I think
from the
it's
edge of
30 inches.
that was there. That's what they asked.
This might.
I don't know that you can do this because the swale is between the property line and the edge of the road, and it's not consistent. So how do you set a side setback within the swale if you're going to do a parking surface? If you're already putting a cap on minimum width, potential cap on depth, and you might not have enough to be able to say, you know, if you have a 6 foot wide swale, oh, you can have that for parallel parking and you can do a parking surface on there, but you can't really do it because you need to have a 3 foot setback. So you really needed 9, not 6. Like, I think that becomes a little bit overly
I think
complicated.
it might
in
be,
there.
I think it might be in there now. I'm not certain about this because I called and asked Gage about it because I saw swale parking installed in the village that's right up on the property line. I'm like, oh, that just looks kind of odd. And I asked my Dan, he served on P and Z, and he's like, I think it's the same side setback as a driveway, 36 inches, whatever it is. But think about this, many driveways are towards one side of the property line and they flare out almost to the property line. If the next door neighbor has swale parking that comes right up to the property line, now you have driveway meeting swale parking and very clearly begging for something to be parked there and create sightline issues.
So the setback is more of a linear setback,
It's a linear setback. It's
not a depth.
It's the same as driveways, Mario. The driveway has to be, it's 30 or 36 inches. Judy and I are debating that, whatever it is, from the side property line in your property, there's a setback for a driveway. It's 30 or 36 inches. Because I put a driveway in 2 years ago and we had to meet that. Yeah, and I remember putting your garden there.
Just to clarify,
Side setbacks.
so in other words, not between the edge of the road and the property itself, it's
Next door
between the property line that separates you and your neighbor.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's a side setback. Yeah, it's a side setback. As a matter of fact, while you guys talk about
Yep.
that, I'll pull it up on Unicode. I bet I can.
Okay, I'm not sure who made the recommendation.
It was me.
Okay, was there a certain amount that you wanted to propose?
No, and I wasn't necessarily even saying yes, although I'm going to say yes to this. But I think it should be whatever driveway is. Here we go, off-street parking.
But my driveway actually does flare out at the end, so it's not 30 inches in the swale at the end. It's 30 inches further up.
Yeah, but I'd be interested. I don't know how that's specified in here somewhere, Judy. I don't know what it is. All parking surfaces shall be no closer than 30 inches from side property lines unless exempted below in subsection D, which is about non-performing when they come into compliance, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so you want to carry the driveway specification into any swale parking surface as well. Okay.
It just kind of makes
So
sense.
that makes sense, which is about 30 inches. So Commissioner Gonzalez, are you okay with that side setback?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor O'Halpin,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria, Commissioner Hammelberg. Perfect. Okay, this next one, I think it's actually already covered. We say that resident parking must be on the property. Swale is never an extension of the parking,
The extent of the
the
parking.
extent of the parking. So in other words,
That's our law now.
that's already with the new,
That's
I don't
exactly
think we
what
need to
P&Z is
discuss
now.
this. I think it's a moot point. Oh, sorry about that. I am jealous. No. It's okay. Next item is driveway approach. Update the building code on how it is supposed to be built. We already discussed that with the driveway ordinance as well. So we don't need to discuss that one either. Unless there's someone who has a different thought on it. Next item is allow only pervious materials for approved swale parking surfaces. And this is with flood. We already did that. So that is moving forward. Next, see, we're almost done. Provide the maximum number of vehicles parked in a swale on approved surfaces and or directly, I guess, off an approved surface. So again, this is, you're only allowed to have 4 cars parked. You can't have 8, even if the parking would allow for 8 cars on the swale. Do you want to limit the number of vehicles parked in the swale on a given property?
No.
All right, you're gonna have trouble at your parties if we do.
No, I don't want to limit.
What are we talking about? Limit the amount of vehicles parked on a swale.
Where is that?
It
What's the
is
first word in that one?
Provide.
provide. It is about 3 above the parallel or head-in.
Provide for maximum of vehicles parked in swale, approved services and or direct. Well, I think it's regulated by the amount of parking that we allow, that we end up allowing them to have. I mean, if someone has 2 little Mini Coopers and they fit into that, whatever that space is.
But not necessarily, because if it's not developed, they'll have an entire swale. I think they actually park the entire swale. So as long as it fits on their swale, then I don't see how you can stop them from using it.
Great.
Okay, so it looks like the answer, it looks like the consensus on that is no. Does anybody want to change? No? Okay, moving on. I think is a big one. Allow for parking on swale grass. So in the driveway, you're not allowed to have a car parked on your private property unless it's on an approved surface. Grass is not considered an approved surface. Do you want to extend that into the swale as well, which would essentially require everyone to put some type of approved parking structure?
Well, we don't want any more approved parking structures, so I would not encourage that at all.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. But we just have to recognize that people can do it. And I mean, if you think about it, we wrote a driveway ordinance. This was not something we added to it. This was already there. The grass is not an approved surface. So we don't want cars parked on grass, but then out front, right along the street, we're allowing cars to park on grass. So it kind of like,
But it's temporary. It's
well,
different.
you'd say it's temporary, but it's not. I mean,
It's temporary.
because we don't specify that it's temporary. If it's allowed, it's allowed. If it's not, it's not. I'm agreeing with you guys. I'm just saying we have to understand that anybody can park on anybody's swale. It's public parking. It's public parking. And we're allowing cars to park on grass, which is something we say we don't want on their private property, but we're allowing you to do it on ours. And we have to also make sure how this is written, does or does not necessarily apply to medians, because those are also right of ways. So when we say right of way, that includes all of our medians, because the right of way, Valerie, if I'm understanding, is from property line to the property line across the street, right? It's all right of way and it includes the street itself, correct? Right, but we just have, I'm saying is we have to make sure that that's all,
Okay, so the consensus that I have is that everybody is okay with parking on grass if it's in the swale. Okay. Next item is set a not to exceed square footage amount similar to the driveway consideration. We've talked about percentages, 40%, but within that, do you want to say, hey, 40%, however, you can't exceed 200 square feet, 50 square feet, or do you just want to stick to the percentage itself?
I think we need to look at that and see what the worst allowed application of that would be. And I'd love P and Z to tell us what that would be. Find a property with a really deep well and tell us what that would be, because I think we might be kind of horrified what it could be. Now, will they do it? We don't write code for what we think people will and won't do. I think we need to see what that could be like. I would like to see numbers on that sketch, like this is what it could be. This is
You are a possible, not a yes, not a no, but a possible.
It's okay in theory, and I want to see.
Okay, I'll put you down as maybe. Commissioner Hammelberg, and into the mic, please.
I don't think I really want to limit it, although I know what Mac's saying, there are properties that have very deep swales, but I think we're limiting it by what we're saying already on the amount. We're limiting it already on the amount of width we're allowing development of.
Okay. Perfect. Commissioner Gonzalez.
I'd like to see the number. I'd like to see what that looks like in those properties.
So possible. Okay.
That could just look like a giant parking lot.
I agree with that. I like to see the numbers too.
Yeah.
Possible. Okay, not a problem. Okay. The next item is limit swale landscape development. So the idea behind this is there are properties throughout the village, and our code currently allows to plant landscape essentially up to the edge of the road.
And that some places that overhangs the road so that the entire property is not, a road is not usable.
Right. So the question is, do we want to limit the swale landscape development? And I almost want to combine this one and the next one because I think it's kind of together.
Good.
The next item is have a 5-foot clearance zone in the swale. And I believe in speaking with some of the commissioners, it was a 5-foot clearance zone before landscape development could occur. So
And it could be low ground cover. I mean, this was my statement. I want to be able to, when I'm walking down the street and there's 2 cars passing and I'm on 116th Street and they barely have enough space to go by, I want to be able to step off the road and not get hit by a car without having to climb into somebody's bushes. And I've had to do it before. I've actually gotten my legs cut by some of those bromeliads trying to get out of the way of the cars.
I agree with that.
I don't care if it's grass or ground cover, but I think it needs to be low enough that a kid on a bicycle can get off and that a person can get off the street.
okay,
We don't have sidewalks.
so
We'd have sidewalks. I'd say get off the side on the sidewalk.
My position with this, Mario, is that I think that we're talking about a 6-foot clearance for 6 to be able to park a car. The idea for me for a swale is to be able to park cars in an overflow situation. So if I have a neighbor that has built out their entire swale and they have an event, well, guess where their guests are going to park? On my swale. Well, in theory, you should be allowing your guests to park on your swale, not my swale. Now, obviously, you can use my swale, but it's not right. So I think that there should be a 6-foot clearing in every swale. And then from there on, however further they have from a swale perspective, let them build whatever, let them plant whatever they want.
now
And that also clears up the the V visibility situation.
Yes.
I also don't want the plants to come all the way to the street.
Okay, let me address the clear zone first. So Commissioner Gonzalez, you're saying to match it to what we would say would be the for parking surface of minimum 6 feet, if that's the standard
Yes.
width that we'll get verification.
Yes, if it ends up.
Okay, so we have that. Commissioner Hammelberg, are you okay with that as
Love
well?
it. Thank
Okay.
you. Give me another foot.
Now, just to clarify, there are some swales that are not even 2 feet wide. In that case, the intent is then you're not allowed, not only are you not allowed to do parking, but you can't do any planting in your 2 foot.
I agree.
But what you're
Can't
saying,
do any planting that somebody couldn't walk on or step
I
on.
think what.
Who's going to allow anybody to walk on their
I
plant?
think the distinction Mario is trying to make is that we're talking about swale development here, and I completely understand where you guys are coming from. I do. But some of the swale, and Mario, I'm sorry to correct you, but you keep saying width and it's depth of the swale. So the depth of the swale is only a couple of feet. So what you're now saying is, by that standard, you're now telling people what they can and cannot plant on their own private property.
No,
No,
We're talking
no,
swale
we're
only.
talking swales. So if you have a 2 foot deep swale, so edge of pavement to your property line
Right.
is only 2 feet,
Right.
then is the intent under this clear swale clear zone that you are not allowed to plant landscaping within those 2 feet because you do not meet the minimum of that
Mario,
6
What I'm
feet.
saying is but applying this, if we go with the 6 foot number, by applying the 6 foot number, that means 4 feet into your private
No.
property.
No,
No,
no, on
this
your
is
private
only
property, it's
swale.
your
This
private
is
property.
not
That's what I'm saying.
impacting on
That's what I'm saying,
anybody's
but-
private property.
Wait, but okay,
So
but what you guys said
it's
was.
swale
6
only.
feet Clear zone. We have to make sure it's in the
Only
swale.
Swale.
Okay, that's what I
Only
wanted to
the
clarify.
swale.
That's
And
what I
to
want to
keep,
clarify.
and in my opinion, Mario, to keep it very simple, you just say minimum of 6 feet. If you don't have 6 feet, no planting, period.
Correct. That's
End
what
of
I'm
that.
saying.
That would make it simple.
Can I comment on that now?
Valerie looked at me with a cross-eyed, I don't know that.
Not a legal issue, more of an enforcement issue.
Yes.
Absent some surveys, I'm not sure how the village.
I understand
Sixth Avenue
the
is
attorney's
their big problem.
consideration. Normally, what's currently done is we look at the utilities that are in the area because all of our utilities are overhead. Then those utilities are always placed at the back end of the swale, and behind the utility is where the private property is. And so they would be guiding with the utility pole is here. So from the utility pole to the edge of the street, that's the swale. That's typically what code enforcement or police would do when they're looking without having an actual survey in front of them.
Would that be allowed? I mean, if someone said you crossed the line here, I'm going by the pole, prove it. You know, the pole is not my property line. You would have to prove.
For the most part,
I
it
mean,
would be.
And I understand what you're saying here is, and this would make even more sense if there was permitting involved in doing something out there, because then you'd have to show your survey and show where the line is. And then that's the point at which you could really enforce it. But we're not going to go down that road. I don't think I wouldn't support that. So let me say a couple of things. So the clear zone idea, first of all, everyone keeps saying no plants. Well, grass is a plant, and ground cover is a plant. So we have to be careful because Dan keeps saying no plants. So figure out what you really mean that to mean. Because if you say no plants, then everyone's going to have to put in mulch or something. I don't know what it's going to be.
That's the next item.
Yeah. So
I think what we had discussed, because this was a thing that came out of the code review board. And I think what we said was it was no more than 8 inches in height or something like that.
well, we have to be very careful about that. You have to make a distinction because you can't just say
Yeah.
no plants. The other thing is trees are plants. So are we going to tell people they can't put trees out there now? We're going to discourage people, tell them they can't
Well, they made my neighbor move his trees back 5 feet from the road.
Thing is, do we want to be a village that says we don't want tree-lined streets? Because that's in essence what you're saying. Because
5
hold on, let
feet-
me finish. Because that's our land out there. And if we write code that says you can't put plants out there, then the village can't even go put a tree in out there. And that's our space. And we have places, we have tree deserts in this village that need trees and they don't have medians. So the only place to put them is on the swale, which we own and we can put a tree on. So basically what we're saying is we're not putting any, we're not going to line our streets with trees.
So I have nothing planted grass on our swale. And then I have a small bush, a small hedge. And then I have 5 giant oak trees on my property.
Your property is much deeper than most.
Yeah, well, not really, but anyway, but the point is that, yeah, if we're going to try to allow people to park on these swales, obviously you can't can't plant an oak tree in the middle of your swale if you're gonna allow somebody to park on the swale.
Right. But we do have trees all over our swales and people do.
Then if the tree happens to fall or an act of nature and God strikes it down and with a lightning bolt, can't put it back up. Does it?
Because we just agree, we're going to grandfather in all the existing swale conditions. So everything that's there is going to stay there anyway.
Yeah.
So, or we didn't vote on it, but we agreed
No,
in theory.
Grandfathered the paving. I don't think we've
No, we grandfathered in
grandfathered.
all swale considerations.
So the hedges that line the edge of our,
I think we're moving forward, Judy, going
So-
forward, they can't do this.
So, I
There
mean, we
now-
just have to be clear that trees would even violate this and would preclude the village from putting in trees.
The trees, the village doesn't put trees in medians.
It's our land is what I'm
No, I understand, but currently we don't do it. We do it in swales.
We have.
In median, in swales?
medians.
In the medians, yes, but not in, really? But you're saying the village has
The
done that?
village didn't put them in.
Yeah, people put them in.
Well, okay, the point is, it's our land and the village could put them in. If we, Parks and Parkway said we want to put trees in, we want to put them on swales, and I
Yeah.
know they've discussed it.
Mhm.
They've discussed it.
Mhm.
They've also talked about putting the entrance signs on swales, but that's a
Yeah.
different conversation, because it is our land. So let me finish my point here, is that this clear zone thing, keep in mind that when people are walking there, we now require a driveway on every property. So every property has a driveway and a driveway approach, which means, average property is 75 feet wide. In that 75, there is a driveway to step out, the driveway approach where you can step off the road safely. And that driveway approach is probably 10 or 12 feet wide or whatever it is typically, I don't know. So if we had 100% landscaping in the village, there's still lots of places for people to step off the road. Now, here's my issue with my response to the parking conversation. And I completely understand what you said about your neighbor having plants out there and they come park on your. I mean, you didn't say that's happening. You're just saying that's possible. Because we allow parking out there, here's the flip side. Because we allow swale parking on the grass, basically, right? Should a homeowner be required to provide for that? In other words, it's that swale, I don't own it, but I've got to maintain it. And people are coming and parking on it and destroying it, and I've got to fix it and maintain it. Should I be required to maintain parking out there if I don't want parking for other people, if I don't want it out there? I'm not going to park on it. I don't want people parking out there. I'd much rather have trees.
You'd much rather have them park on my side, instead of yours. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Right, you understand it's a flip side of the same.
No, I get it, but
what now but you could, in your scenario where people can come park on your, if you were allowed to landscape out there, now they can't.
Yeah, so now then we have no overflow parking anywhere in this village. So we're basically allowing everybody plan away. Nobody's gonna.
Because here's the other thing.
They can't park on the medians, right?
Here's the other
They can't
thing.
park on the medians.
No.
Okay, so let's get in. So I have Commissioner Hamelberg who's in favor of the 6-foot clear zone to match the potential with parking. Commissioner Samaria, I believe you said yes. Mayor O'Halpin, you said yes. Commissioner Gonzalez, you said yes
I said yes to the, yes.
to the clear zone, and Commissioner Kennedy, you're saying no.
Yeah, and I just want to make a little comment about that and we'll move on. But this is where this is where we have to tiptoe very carefully, guys, because this is where now all of a sudden you're turning Biscayne Park into a homeowners association. And that's the big complaint. Anytime I talk about improving anything, the thing that people jump on is, don't make us like an HOA. You want us all to look the same. You want us to be cookie cutter. Like, no, I want it to be cleaned up. I want you to have a driveway in your front yard. But as soon as you start saying there has to be an exact amount of space in front of every house, and this is exactly the kind of material that has to be there, now you've just created a Boca development, a Weston, and you're creating an HOA atmosphere in Biscayne Park. And one of the things that many people value is this, we're a little wild around the edges kind of feel, and we're not like that. We're like what Coconut Grove used to be a long time ago. And when you start saying things like what you guys just agreed to, you're, in my opinion, okay, and I'm making a comment about it.
Okay,
I'm allowed to make comments. Be very careful that you're not tiptoeing into that HOA thing. I think you're gonna have people up in arms about that one.
The next item is going to be, now that we've discussed the clear zone, going back to limiting the swale landscape development. So, and this goes in line with the one under the clear zone, which is, do we want to define what type of landscape is allowed within the swale? Right now, you can essentially plant anything.
And that was something that was in the code review committee. Don't have it with me, but it staged it back.
Oh, I have.
Yeah, it staged it back in code review. It was, and what we were trying to do is give people who had 20-foot deep swales the opportunity to use some of their swale as part of their property. So we left a clear zone where it was only so many inches high, and then when you go back 5 feet, you could go 3 foot high, and then when you go back a few more feet, so that way we could try and keep the visibility in there, yet allow people development.
Makes sense.
I'm sorry, can you speak into the mic? You need to turn it on, sir.
Code where visibility is from where the house is to the swale. I
No.
think it's what, 20, me and you discussed this one time.
The visibility of the triangle is within the driveway, so that someone coming out of the driveway and traveling on the street, there's somewhat of an angle, a triangle, so that there's a safety precaution. You can see someone pulling out of the driveway, and the person pulling out can see that there's traffic on the street itself. It's not that you have to be able to see 25 feet into the property.
It's what we don't have at Linda's house.
I'm sorry? So again, the question
I'm
is,
confused. What did Dan say?
he was asking about the triangle for.
That's not what he said. What did he ask? He has something different.
He thought it had to do with the building. The triangle would be from the building to the street. And I was clarifying that it has to do with the driveway, clear zone, the triangle that we use, it's in our code, so that when people exit their driveway, they can see the traffic on the street coming or going, and vice versa. The traffic on the street can see someone leaving the driveway. But again, the question is, do we want to limit the type of plant materials, I'll call it that way, of plant materials on the swale itself?
I'll be happy to pull up for our next discussion what we had before, because I've got it.
Okay.
You've got it as well.
Is there a consensus to table that one until the next discussion then?
I don't want to limit it, really. I don't see any reason to. Again, this is where you cross the line and we start looking and sounding like the homeowners association. You say, these are the kind of plants you can have, and it can only be 6 inches tall up to this point, and then it can be a foot tall up to that point. You're turning it in Biscayne.
How do you define
There's,
clear
although
zone?
there already are restrictions within the code right now that it can only be between 3 feet and below, and then between 6 feet and above.
Right.
So between 3 feet and 6 feet, you should have nothing there
Exactly.
to be able to, within the swale.
How many traffic? That's correct.
Are you talking about the visibility triangle?
that is part of it, but right now the code says you can have plants between 3 feet and below and anything between 6 feet and above.
Right.
So you
we're
have
saying
that
has to be a
section.
3-foot window that you can. That is correct. Through there.
That's what the
What-
current
what is
code
the
has.
purpose for that?
Be able to see for visibility purposes, to
No,
see.
he's not talking about driveways. I understand the driveway, that's
Swales.
no, he's talking about, you have to, he's saying the entire width of your property. That's
correct. Yes.
To see the house.
But Judy explained that, what the thinking
No, a separate thing, separate thing.
No, it isn't.
That's what he's saying.
Nothing to do with the house. It has to
Listen,
do
I
with
read that.
visibility
So
on and off.
the code specifically states, okay, landscaping and objects in the swale of the right of way, which is 5.3.4 B as in boy, landscaping. Nothing shall be planted or allowed to grow in such a manner so that it obstructs the right of way clear zone at a level between 3 feet and 6 feet above the grade measured at the center of the right of way, which is the center line road. Trees or palms, however, having trunks and foliage trimmed in such a manner that no branches or foliage extend into the right-of-way area clear zone shall be allowed, provided they are also located so not to create a traffic hazard. So again, you have that 3-foot window between 3 feet and 6 feet that has to be clear for clear zone.
You wouldn't want visibility and you wouldn't want to be able to get off the street.
No, that's not, listen to what it says. It's not about visibility pulling out of someone's driveway. That's visibility.
That is.
Pulling out of a driveway.
I understand that, but listen.
Walking along the road to be able to see a car backing.
No, I understand that, but read what it says. That's not what it says. It's not about a visibility triangle. It is saying for here's what it's saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have 100-foot wide property. For the entire width of that property, from 3 feet to 6 feet, there has to be nothing there. You have to be able to see the house.
Correct.
How is that a safety thing for
Because
cars?
let's say, for example, there's a 6-foot hedge.
Yeah.
A hedge, it's a wall of 6 feet,
Right.
this hedge. You
Right.
would not be able to see a vehicle coming out of the driveway because your view would be blocked by the hedge.
If it's in the swale.
If it's in the swale, correct.
It's in the swale.
It's not in your private property. On your private property, you can have a 15-foot freaking, it's the swale issue.
Okay, that's just ridiculous. It is. Again, it's like a homeowners association.
Well, listen.
You ought to try pulling out of Linda's driveway one day. It's a nightmare because they have hedges that go right up to the edge and you can't see.
Because there will be like, I can't imagine.
Well, that's already existing.
This is currently in the code, and we're not enforcing this, FYI.
I know.
There's a lot of properties here that don't have this at all.
Well, it's conversation maybe for another day. It's interesting
Okay.
because I went and had a conversation with the manager at the time where I landscaped our front yard, and they said,
Well, obviously, he had read the meter code.
no, they do. I told them.
Well, you can plant what you want as long as it's between 3 feet below and 6 feet
That was
above.
not the conversation I had.
Wow.
Two men, Patty Hanker. And their answer to me was, that ship sailed a long time ago.
That's why I'm here. Okay, so I have 2 people who'd like to table the defining of the plant materials. Commissioner Gonzalez, are you okay with tabling that?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Samaria?
For later discussion.
Later discussion.
Okay, and Mayor O'Halpin? Yep. Okay, Vice Mayor, I believe this next item is yours, and you may need to clarify. We're down to essentially the last 3. Remove existing swale paving over max percentage in the village, then in parentheses, restore landscaping, save our swales.
Okay, so this is about people who right now, there's a bunch of examples of it, where someone has put in asphalt parking the entire width of their property. So they have, well, they have completely asphalted the front of their property and they park cars out there and it's in their property and it's up to the street and it causes flooding. It's a mess. We have a whole bunch of this. And we just said we're going to grandfather people in. Do we want to make an exception that if the swale paving is over the maximum percent that we're going to allow, that we'll make them remove that, or the village will come in and remove it, especially if it's causing flooding issues.
Currently in our code, it says 40% only, correct? So they're already in.
They're in violation.
They're in
now.
violation.
Right.
So how do you grandfather somebody in that's in violation?
So that's why-
Fortunately,
Were
if,
they developed when,
if-
did they get permits? Was
well,
it?
if they got a
permits?
permit and it was signed off on,
And then
that becomes the
If,
issue.
that's a big if, right?
And then that's the question. Can we find it? Do we know when it was done?
So you're right. They're in violation.
They're in
now.
violation.
Right. So do we go in there and make them remove it and say, if you can't produce a permit, then you have to remove it?
That's the way I would do it. I would do that.
We're going to be going to a lot of places and saying, pay a lot of money to remove asphalt, and then they have to resod it, plant it in, do whatever they have to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're
Now, you can't force them to take out the asphalt because that was an approved surface at the time.
If they can't produce a permit, is what you just said, then they're going to have to take it out. They can't produce a final permit. They're in violation. You just said if they're in violation of the code, they have to take it out.
The whole thing.
Well, or leave the 40% that we would allow or whatever. They have to get it down.
Right,
to-
right. Yeah.
What we said was if it's deteriorated, if something is there that's deteriorated, we'll let it, if something's there, we'll let it stay until it's 50% deteriorated. But if they are in complete violation of our maximum coverage.
Yes. And I think,
Then you're
yeah,
saying
I
should
think,
come out.
I think, yeah, they're in violation of our code as it stands. They fine. And
I just wonder on when they take us to court, they've had it for 20 years. You know, something that's.
And was it allowed?
I
then?
think you also have the
We don't know
opportunity
if it
that
was allowed
if
then.
it deteriorates at the 50%, they're going to have to bring it back.
Then
up
they're
to
gonna
code
have to,
anyways.
right.
So
But if it's not, but if, are we gonna go there and make people bring down that parking, that for the swale paving? Are we gonna make them bring it down now? Go in there and remove it? They're already in, to Art's point, they're already in violation. They're in violation.
So based on the grandfather clause that you all agreed on, they're grandfathered as long as it doesn't deteriorate more than 50%. So if you go
Or-
out there now and it's at a condition where they need to replace 50% or more, then they got to do it now anyways.
or
And they have to comply with
Exactly.
or
when they're redoing it.
or
So
the
if they got the whole thing and it's more than
You got
40%.
it.
They can't do that.
or they're over the 40%, because currently our code only allows 40%, right? So if they're over 40%, right, of their swale area,
The, again, the only thing is if they got approval and they got a permit and it passed final inspection,
then I get
Then-
it. But if they don't have that, then
okay,
Hello.
so remove
60%.
okay, so are we saying,
Magic number is that we come up with, let's say it's.
Okay,
we're
so-
saying 40.
Commissioner Kennedy, you are in favor of removing the existing swale if it is over that 40%, whether it's asphalt or anything like that, to be met to the, whatever the new code will be.
I'm, with a caveat, if that is contributing to flooding, then absolutely, I think it needs to come out and they need to pay to bring it out. If it's contributing to flooding. But if it's not, I have a hard time. If we
I
can
don't
perfect
know
records
how to
in this
say-
village-
Can't say for this one it
Yeah.
does and for that one it doesn't.
For, yeah, for this one,
doesn't.
Commissioner or Vice Mayor Kennedy, for this one, I don't know how you would set the standard of, does it contribute to the flooding without having some type of study conducted per property?
Then I would say yes.
Commissioner Samaria? Commissioner Samaria said yes. Commissioner Hammelberg?
I think we're gonna get sued to death. I'd say no.
Turn on the mic, please.
Change that to no. Because that's what I was concerned about being sued.
Valerie,
Commissioner Gonzalez.
let me ask Valerie a question. Valerie, I saw you shake your head like in agreeing with Judy, Commissioner Hamilberg. So if they're currently in violation of our code, right? Forget about what we're doing today. The process here is that you're in violation of our code. Here's a fine. Here is a whatever citation. You got to go before the code board, right? And you got to come into compliance. Is that not currently the process?
Yes.
Okay. So what makes this any different? We're basically telling them, you got to come into the process.
The issue is historically.
Yeah.
the village has permitted, actually issued permits and approved those swales.
But if that's the case, then I agree and I understand.
Right. So
But
that's
if it's not the
the issue.
case,
Have we, do we know that to be a fact? I don't know.
Village's
Oh, yeah.
records
huh?
And the village's records are not always necessarily complete.
Yeah, our records are really very poor.
And so that therein comes the issue where somebody, let's say, purchased the home a year ago, they may not have copies of the permits from. 15, 20 years ago.
But my house has been totally rebuilt. I have all my.
Commissioner Gonzalez, yay or nay? Yay or nay?
Well, now that Valerie said that, I don't know. Because it's, and I get it, and I get her position.
They're gonna sue us. Do you want to put that off?
Mayor O'Halpin?
No.
Okay. The next line item is define standard width of swale planting and right-of-way widths. I think we've already discussed that in a few different ones, so I'm just going to move on. The last item in this discussion is detailing rules for installing things like mailboxes in the swale. Currently, the code does not allow for installation of anything to be in the swale except the plantings or plant material and the half-shaped moon domes. And that is it. That's the only thing you're allowed to have in this
The
swale.
half-shaped moon.
The concrete half circles that you
Elephant
put.
Stop people from parking on the swale that doesn't
No,
belong to
from
them?
stopping people from running over your sprinkler heads.
Okay, but
Yeah.
the
Not
truth
supposed to have
is,
sprinkler heads out there
the
either.
truth is they put it so that people don't park on their swale, right?
But you can just drive over it. I mean, and it has to be, it's not a point.
No, I-
And it does, this is the area where there's always been confusion because everyone thought like, oh, you need to have it 36 inches away from the edge of road. That only, or whatever the number is, 18. So that only applies to these half dome concrete things, not actual plantings.
Doesn't the post office have limitations on where the mailboxes can be?
They can be on the building, they can be on the
But if
property.
it's not on the building, they have regulations, I believe, on that. Because we looked into it at one time.
Well, and there was a resident recently who was cited and went before code compliance and showed up with all kinds of information from the post office and ended up being able to keep his mailbox out there. Remember, it's a guy on 8th Avenue.
Mhm.
And I also remember Janie Anderson in that, I was there for that particular code, saying that it wasn't very well specified in our code, what was allowed or if it wasn't allowed. So I don't know.
Well, and the code is pretty specific. It does not allow for anything except plant material and those half dome shapes.
What is the I've never understood this. What is the purpose of only allowing those half dome?
I don't know, sir.
The purpose of not allowing the pointy ones is because of the number of head injuries people were having when they fell. I mean, you can still hit that one and have a head injury, but when there's a point on it, it's much, much more severe of an injury because of the projectile of the point.
Not agreeing with you. I would like to see some backup on
I
that as well, because here's what I'm thinking.
think you
You
find
fall
that
and
from the
I'm
trauma unit.
6'2", and I fall 6'2", and I hit the asphalt road, I'm in trouble.
But
Yeah.
if you're landing on a.
I understand. I understand. I understand. I just don't know that. I'd like to see some stats on that. I get it. I understand.
Got a much more
thought it was more-
concentrated area of impact.
I thought it was more about the tire damage, actually.
I don't know.
Because if you run over.
That was part of.
My perspective is always human body.
Okay, so just to,
Therapist.
I just find that all very odd that that it's that specific and that you're limited. You can have that, but you can't have this.
The
You're saying
county
allowing-
doesn't allow it either.
But you're allowing stuff, you're allowing stuff out there, but some stuff, but not other stuff. And I never quite understood that. And then there are people who very strongly would like to be able to put the reflector sticks out because they live on corners and walk past them and you see their properties are just destroyed from cars taken out.
The trucks.
Even cars too. Yeah, it's
I
just,
still don't understand why they can't have reflectors.
well, because of what Mario just read, the only
They're not
thing
allowed.
that's out there is that. So I think we should address that too. I think we may want to have a discussion about that in this part of it because I think we should at least have the discussion. There are a lot of residents who would like us to have that discussion at the very least.
so just to
I agree with that.
clarify what the code says, again, 5.3.4, A as an apple, markers, dome type markers only may be placed within the dedicated right of way, provided that they are placed not closer than 18 inches to the nearest edge of the paved surface of a designated roadway. All markers must be at least 24 inches apart. Markers placed in the right of way shall not exceed 12 inches in diameter, nor be more than 6 inches in height, and shall be white in color. It also states in D as in David, other objects prohibited. It shall be unlawful to install, place, or maintain within the dedicated right-of-way, parking, or swale area of the village any pointed concrete or other unapproved hard materials such as rock, stone, bricks, metal objects, or other similar obstructions. So again, from what we read it and how code interprets it, is the only thing allowed within the swale are the markers, the dome type markers, and landscaping. Outside of that, it's a approved parking surface that needs a permit, and that's about it.
If we wanted to have a conversation about reflectors, maybe only on corner properties or whatever, I don't know, just throwing it out there. If we ever wanted to have that conversation, it would be in the part of the code that Mario just read. And if you go through this village, there is, if we're grandfathering in what's existing there now, then that's one thing. But if we're gonna enforce that today,
We do enforce that. We don't allow the any of those type of objects or reflectors when code comes,
bricks out there and all kinds of stuff, paving stones.
because that's considered a parking surface. So when
Limited parking surface? I don't
when-
know. Some of these are only this wide. No, we'll have a separate conversation.
okay, yeah, you can show me.
They're not parking surfaces.
Okay. So the
So that,
question,
if we're gonna enforce that, there's gonna be a whole lot of taking of stuff out.
Mhm.
And Biscayne Park will look like.
so do we want to maybe table this and see if anybody on the dais would like to come back with more of a detailed rules or changes?
I'd like rules from the post office on their.
I've noted that.
Too, I'd like to understand. what that is.
Okay, so it looks like there's a consensus for tabling from all five. Okay, perfect. We are done for the day on Swale.
Clarification, since
Into the
we're
mic.
gonna have to draft this. What is the interplay between the driveway approach? What is the interplay between the driveway approach and the 40% for the pervious material?
Meaning, we allow them to be contiguous or
Right, are you gonna? it's 40
calculated differently?
So typically, I believe the driveway approach is not calculated within the 40%. But I believe the question, correct me if I'm wrong, Valerie, is do we want to allow that 40% to go into the approach?
Currently, the way the right-of-way ordinance reads is combination of an approved parking approach and slotting right away shall be permitted, provided the impervious section does not exceed 40% of the total area, and such paved area shall be kept in good condition. So currently, you are allowed to pave up to 40% for the
Right.
driveway approach.
Included. So from what you just read, the driveway approach is included within the 40%. Okay.
And it's written as impervious. It's specific, it's pervious because now we're changing that. Well, we're talking about changing, not driveway approaches, but the swale, but the swale. Yep.
You're still permitting impervious driveway approaches, but then in addition to that.
The addition to that,
More improved impervious.
correct.
Swale area.
That's what I understand it to be.
No.
That's what I.
No, so from my understanding, okay, and what we all came into consensus, or the majority came into consensus was that for improving a parking surface on a swale,
Mhm.
it is pervious.
Right, that's what Valerie
So,
said.
so the driveway approach can be concrete.
Mhm.
The parking surface in the swale cannot be concrete.
Right, that's what Valerie said.
No, I completely heard her say it differently. So,
I just want to make sure, so you
Yeah.
can have impervious 40% driveway approach. In addition to that, you can have an additional 40% of pervious
material.
swale.
Okay.
So 80%, the swale can be used. Additional.
It's not, that 80% is not what I understood it to be. That it's a total of 40, but that it would be in addition, the impervious would be in addition to the approach. The approach takes up a certain amount of it, and then you can, the approach can, well, it depends on how wide the driveway is, I suppose, right? But the approach takes up a certain amount of it, and then if you want to put another parking space in, you max out at 40% total area, but the rest of it has to be impervious.
I don't think we have a total driveway approach size. I don't think that
That's what I just read.
part of the 40. No, it's not.
And this is.
It's not part of the 40.
Section
saying it is.
5.3.4.
Mhm.
E, provided the impervious section does not exceed 40% of the total area.
Okay.
This is
So
for the
you're
driveway
allowed to
approach.
have a driveway approach up to 40%.
Right, right.
So if I have a driveway approach of 40%, then I cannot put an additional 40%. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
clarification on.
That's a great question.
That's what it is now. Except that it's all written as impervious. All in the current code, it's all impervious language. We're now talking about
So-
simply saying the swale parking would have to be pervious.
So we need to discuss this with
Okay,
Gage.
so then let's just say that the approach, instead of adding up to 40%, adds up to 20%. That means we only have 20% left to put as a pervious parking space. Correct? I really didn't think that that was the way it was, but okay. That might be something.
Now, but it's all written as
I understand that, but I thought those were two different things. It adds up, the whole thing adds up to the swale. You may want to talk to Gage about that. 'Cause I don't think that that's the case, but whatever. You think that that's the way it is? Okay.
Otherwise, if you had 40%, you had a double wide driveway, you'd have 100%.
Exactly, your whole thing would be. You have a huge wide driveway with a huge wide
Yeah, but it
approach.
also depends on.
So then the question becomes, how do you say
Yours, but there's.
I did 40.
all of this? So then the question becomes, where do we draw the line in the sand? Right? So the question, no, but the question is, the homeowner says, well, I don't want to do pervious. I want it all concrete. So I'm just going to call it driveway approach so that I don't have to worry about the gravel parking on the swale because I prefer the
But
concrete.
an approach is technically not a parking spot
It's not a
either.
parking spot.
No,
You can't
it's
park
an,
on the
it's an egress and ingress.
Correct.
Parking space.
Park on my ingress and egress. Otherwise, I can't fit 4 cars in my driveway.
Okay.
What's the heck?
We'll get that we'll work out that clarification and talk
I
to
think we
planning
need
and
to-
zoning before it comes up.
Decide to look at mailboxes topic again, we're gonna.
That will come back with some additional information.
From the mailbox people.
Mayor, it's 10:37, I'm sorry, 41. Although the emergency reserve, which is the next discussion item, is a fairly simple one, I do not believe we can do it within 20 minutes. Nor do I think we can do any of the other discussion items on here unless.
I think we could do shingle roofs. I think that might be simple because my request is simply if we agree to bounce it to P and Z and have them come back to us with something. So I think that could be really quick. I think the legislative priorities, all I'm asking it to do is agree to do it and get some calendar date, or even have Mario come back to us. Just agree in theory, and Mario comes back with to calendarize it for us at the next meeting. So those aren't us really deciding anything except directing someone else to do something. So can we just try to knock 1 or 2 of them off fast? Start with shingle roofs. That's really fast.
Yeah, single roofs is fast, should be fast. It's just, let's agree to send it back.
That is item 14D as in David.
The last one.
Shingle roof.
All you're asking is just to send it to P and Z.
So
Okay.
That's my item, but Ginny, if you want me to, I'll introduce it really quick and we can have a quick convo, and I think it'll wrap up that fast.
I don't know whether. Maybe Valerie, North Miami Beach had this, where you couldn't put a shingle roof unless you had an engineer.
We
have
that
it too. We have it
That's
too.
But we have loopholes with who's,
Just let me introduce it and I'll do it really quick and I'll explain to you what it is. May I?
Know what it is. Go ahead.
Okay, so right now we allow only for tile and metal roofs. If you have a shingle roof, you can keep a shingle roof. If you're going to change your roof, you're not required to upgrade. If an engineer says your house can't support it, a tile roof. The loophole is that we don't have any stipulations about who that engineer is, what kind of inspection they had to have provided, any pictures, any kind of reports to show that it's true. You can basically just get someone to write a letter that says, I'm letting you know that this house can't support a tile roof, and P and Z is required, and you probably experienced that when you were on P and Z. So if we intend that to be, we just need to tighten it up and ask, and I'm not suggesting what the fix is. I'm saying we should ask P and Z to discuss it among themselves, talk to Valerie about it, let them bring back a suggestion for us.
I have a flat roof house that would not take a tile or a metal roof. I mean,
That's not flat, it's not for flat roof.
right, it's not for flat roofs. But this says roofing material.
So all of that's covered in the code anyway, but the point is that it's just not really tight. Yeah, and people are sneaking through and just simply saying, here's a letter, and on a piece of letterhead from
It's
some.
like knocking down a tree.
Exactly, it's like knocking down a tree.
Same engineer.
Exactly.
I know but I don't know how are you going to question whether somebody's.
Well, that's what we'll let P and Z
engineer?
come.
I just don't.
Well, the engineer, they might say, and I'm not on P and Z,
Question lawyers.
they might require a physical inspection and photographs and diagrams. and weight loads. I don't know. I'm not an engineer.
Exactly.
Well, all I'm saying is let's let P and Z have this conversation. They can discuss it with Valerie before they bring back something for us to even consider.
I agree.
Okay? I can motion to do that, or can we just agree on consensus to do it?
I believe you can agree on consensus.
I agree.
Judy's good, Art's good, Mac's good, Ginny?
I'm sorry.
You okay with that? Just bouncing it to P and Z?
I'd like to, have Gage.
Okay, Dan?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, that one's done. Then why don't we knock the other one off real quick? We can do it just about as quick. It's the legislative priority. So look, we have Dave Caserta who works for us, and there has been conversation on the commission that maybe we don't need a lobbyist, but we still have him. And we have not in recent years, because we weren't running the place as well as we should, but Mario is here now. We are not giving him priorities of what we want him to go after. And I think the commission needs to discuss that and then give him a list of kind of, Dave, here are the things we'd like you to work on our behalf. We're paying the guy good money. And I
did
think
this so
we seem to be happy with what he's doing. We just renewed his contract. But I think we need to agree on what we want him to work on. So all I'm suggesting here is that we agree on that in theory and let Mario set up a workshop. It could be before a commission meeting. It does not have to be a separate night where we all send our ideas to Mario in advance. We meet with him in advance. And then we have a workshop, we discuss it, bring it back, turn it into a resolution, a meeting or two later. And then Dave has his priorities for the next legislative season, which would mean we want to get it to him by October 1. So all I'm saying is we just run that part of it better. And by the way, Dan Keys reminded us of this at the last meeting and said, why do you not have that already? Why is he working blind? So he didn't use those words, but for all intents and purposes.
I would just disagree that he's working blind. We've all had the discussions of what are the priorities that we need. We've discussed it not only at the executive workshop, but even when we talk about American Rescue Plan funding. And the direction from the commission to me is we need storm drain, we need road paving, go after that.
Did we make a list and say this is what we want Dave to work on in Tallahassee for us? That's all I'm saying, Mario.
Basically all we can afford to do.
I think it merits us having the conversation and sending it off in the direction.
Not a problem. I just want to clarify that there was direction given to me, which was then
There
given.
was not direction that this is what we want Dave Caserta to do for us this legislative session. That's what I'm saying. We don't think.
Maybe we'll get some accountability. I think most people know that I am very much against having,
So that might help you be happier that we're having accountability.
maybe it would make me happier. I don't think we need that because we do have elected officials, but I was outvoted on that, so I won't bring it up again.
Well, it might help you with your argument next time you want to
So
bring
I
it up.
don't think it's a bad idea to give
Okay.
them directives.
Ginny, what do you think? Art, I'm good. I'm good. Ginny, good. Dan?
I thought
Yes or no?
We're talking about in writing.
No.
Hold his feet to the fire.
And you can say no. You can say no. Okay, so you're. Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
year by year, our priorities change yearly and it doesn't hurt.
A point of order really quickly, Jenny, before I know you want to wrap this up, but we have another minute or two. So we passed a resolution this evening, 2021-14, opposing the Don't Say Gay bills that are up in the state. And in the resolution, if you guys read it, it's pretty specific about who's going to get copies and directing Dave Caserta to do certain things. We approved that, and I thank you guys all for supporting that. We approved it by a vote of 4-1. And as one of the people who voted in favor of the item, I would like to give Commissioner Dan Samaria the opportunity to change his vote so that as a commission, we would unanimously support this and send that message to the state that the village of Biscayne Park speaks unanimously on the side of the LGBT children and parents in our village and our state. So Dan, I want to give you the opportunity to change your vote if you would like to. I'm sorry? So you're going to vote against the resolution still? Okay, I wanted to make sure I heard him.
Hound him on that.
I'm not him. I'm asking him. I didn't hear it.
No.
He whispered it. He whispered it. I couldn't hear him, Ginny. That's all it was. Okay,
Okay.
got it.
All right, and for those people who are interested, the Philadelphia Inquirer has published in their newspaper a list of vetted places that you can contribute funds to help for the refugees in Ukraine. So it's 6 pages on the Philadelphia. I don't know how to post things, but you can go to the Philadelphia Inquirer. You can take there's more pages than that. I just took the top ones because I think.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn, Jenny?
I'm looking for
I make a motion to adjourn.
adjourn. Second? All in
Second.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed gets murdered. Good night, everybody. Have a very good night.